up till now we've been talking about how fulfillment in relationships happens when we are able to evaluate that certain values flowed in that relationship. And these, the behavioral values, are what we are seeking from our relationship. We want to live out these values in our relationship. When we are able to live these values out in the relationships, then we feel that, okay, this was fulfilling. And if we're unable to live out these values, then we find that it's been unfulfilling. So if you remember, this is all in context of justice. And justice was identifying the relationship or the purpose of that coming together, purpose of us being together. And when we identify the relationship, on the basis of that identification is that why these values end up flowing. And once we've identified the relationship and lived with these values, then we have to come together and sit with each other and see, evaluate the values that flowed. So we can only evaluate what the values that existed or the absence of those values. So now we'll move on to the evaluation part. The Hindi of those values. Evaluation. So what can happen when we evaluate? If we understand the values, this is connected to what you were talking about. If we understand the values, we will be able, and if we have realized those values, I will be able to recognize it even when they're flowing from someone else. Right? If I haven't understood and realized those values, I may mistake whatever is flowing from me. And how do these mistakes happen? They can be in three forms. We can over-evaluate, or we can under-evaluate, or we can misevaluate. So for instance, this is in the realm of understanding, not in the realm of feeling. Say I'm living with care for my child, or affection for my friend or my sister. What have I understood from the word care? From this, what do I understand of the value care? What do I understand of the value affection will determine how I live it out. Right? So I could have understood care, or we were talking about guardianship. I could have understood guardianship, or I could have over-evaluated. Maybe I think that care is reverence. Care, yeah. Let me take one that I can really see properly. So, if I understand guardianship, then when I'm living out guardianship, I will be living out authenticity. If I have misunderstood guardianship, then when I live it out or when I see it around me, I might mistake it for something else. I might think that this guardianship that is coming towards me is actually, say, love. Love is different. It's much more than guardianship is. So I am mistaking this sense of guardianship for love. Or I can under-evaluate it. I can think that this sense of value of guardianship that is coming towards me, or the sense of guardianship I feel towards someone, is simply a role, a duty that I feel, or some, when I say duty, I mean like a mechanical responsibility of activity, at the level of activity, obligation that I feel towards someone. That it's a mechanical obligation. It's happening within me, but because I don't understand it, I articulate it to myself. I think of it in myself as something much less than what it actually is. So I mistake this desire and sense of guardianship for obligation. It can happen even for affection. I might have the sense of value of affection for my friend, But if I don't understand affection, I'm not able to recognize what it is that I'm feeling the need for. I might think, oh, I just like companionship with them. Maybe we can, if we do activities with them, it's the same as this feeling that I have. So I'm mistaking that value for an activity, which is much less. So we can, these mistakes in evaluation can happen in all realms. Here we're talking about relationships. But whenever we mistake a reality to be more than it is, that is also wrong evaluation. Whenever we mistake it for less than what it is, that is also wrong evaluation. And then we can also be completely wrong. We can be misevaluating something. We can think that commitment is devotion. It is something completely different. It's not the same thing, so it's completely different. Or a more easier example, little more less subtle, is say I can be with a person and think of them as an animal. I can think of myself as an animal. You know, my needs are to take care of my bodily needs, to propagate my genes. That's a theory that's been popularized, right? Or to have as many experiences as possible. That is me misevaluating myself. It's not under or over. It's just completely misevaluating. I am not an animal, so my bodily needs are not my needs. That is a misevaluation. So it is the only way we can fix all of these is by understanding what values actually are. Then we can make sure that we don't over-evaluate, under-evaluate, or misevaluate.
When we take the definition of human being as a social animal, that is a misevaluation. And this we are teaching in all the educational fora. It's around misevaluation.
Yeah. And why this is relevant is that we had done that diagram of this human being. They have some ideas, they have some based on which they perform actions, based on which those actions results you evaluate whether this was right or wrong. So it is in that process of evaluation that we make these mistakes. If we over-evaluate the result, we will be super enthusiastic about continuing that sort of activity. If we under-evaluate it, we will do what we call throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Oh, I am not supposed to, so you see that rectifying a child's mistake leads to bad results, so you decide, oh no, I'm not supposed to stop them for anything. So I under-evaluate that interaction and stop telling them anything from my side. Let them do whatever they want. That also has its own consequences. It is when we start to question whether our evaluation is proper or not that we then move towards increasing our understanding. Have I found what was valuable here? Have I seen what was lacking in here? And if not, then let me understand what value needs to be here. What is the role? What is the importance of this interaction? When I start asking these questions, because I'm finding that my evaluation is not satisfactory, that is when I will start finding answers for those also. And that is how we will activate our spiritual dimension.
So one thing I wanted to add to this was that evaluation. If you look at the process of evaluation, we had talked about this earlier, that observation, interpretation or perception or meaning. Then on basis of meaning we conclude something. Meaning is basically a conclusion. And based on this conclusion we decide on some action, then we act, and when we act there is a result which we are observing again. This observation of the result is what we are calling evaluation. So what are we observing? That the meaning I took, the meaning that I think I understand, I responded according to it, I lived it. When I lived it, did it lead to the expected result, which I thought, like if I'm living respect, is it leading to fulfillment? If it is not leading to fulfillment, then it is a evaluation that this wasn't respect. So therefore, it's an indication back to reevaluate my meaning. So I have to rethink the value again. This wasn't respect, there was something in that direction, but still not complete. So evaluation is basically the feedback mechanism to improve the meanings, to crystallize your meanings much more. This cycle has to go on real relationships several times. Any example, like for example, we are listening to all this, like we think about, say, trust. Now I want to live with trust. So what is living with trust? I will have some assumption of this meaning in my mind, whatever understanding I have, whatever pre-knowledge I have, I'll use that to interpret the meaning of trust. Right now also you feel you live with some sort of trust. There is some meaning attached to it. Now what we are saying is, now this meaning becomes the basis for our conduct. So we try and live, we try to be trustworthy for people with whom we live. Now we have to observe the result of this. When I live with trust, what is the impact it is having on the relationship? So for this I have to also listen to the evaluation of my other partner in the relationship. They feel you are trying trust, but it is not complete, it is not fulfilling me. So therefore it is an indication what I am assuming to be trust is yet not complete. So I have to refine it.
No.
So this cycle goes on.
Now, in the same cycle,
Yeah.
let's do the under-evaluation, over-evaluation, and dis-evaluation. In the same example.
I mean, you can do that. I mean,
No,
yes.
because
Why?
the over-evaluation, you are doing over-evaluation on yourself or the other's part.
Whatever meaning you assume,
When you say
your meaning assumed
Huh.
could be misplaced, could be over, or could be under
Of trust.
of trust or respect or whatever value we are concerned with at that moment.
Quantify.
There is no quantification.
Over and under of trust means what? Meaning
Qualitatively. So for instance, some things are a subset of larger things. Right? So for instance, the qualities of the animal order are, some of them are all in the plant order and the material order, all present in us. When we mistake them to be our qualities, we are under-evaluating ourselves. It's not about quantity, it's about, okay, yeah, even I have the will to live, even I have my body has the tendency to nurture and grow, and it also exists. But is that all I am? No, I am more than that. Not quantitatively, but qualitatively.
Let me give you an example
Sorry.
of under and over evaluation. So let's think of caring or nurturing, whichever. Let's take nurturing. So now when we are thinking, my idea of nurturing is to take care of my child's body. Okay? I do this regularly, but my child is not happy with me, despite my nurturing. Why is this happening? Because nurturing is not only of the body, it is also of the conscious. So I am thinking of the act which I am doing as the complete act, but actually it is less than the completion. So I am over-evaluating. I'm over-evaluating it. This
The action.
taking care of the body is nurturing. This assumption is over-evaluation of taking care of taking care of the body. We are calling it nurturing. We are assuming it is nurturing. It is not nurturing. It is incomplete. It requires taking care of the emotional needs also, psychological needs also. So I have put this label nurturing on one act which is much lesser than this, what this is supposed to represent.
So I'm over-evaluating the act and under-evaluating that value.
Yeah. So both go hand in hand.
Of course. One thing you will be over-evaluating, the other you will be under.
If you were to place the standard at nurturing, if this is the full act, then I'm doing lesser than that. But if I put the standard at the act, then that act cannot be defined as nurturing. It is much less than that. That we over and under.
Like love, we do it all the time, no?
Yeah.
We think nurturing is love. Love is much more than nurturing. Love we can even mistake affection for love. Because we haven't understood affection and we haven't understood love. So we are under-evaluating love and over-evaluating affection. So of course, whenever we do a wrong evaluation, we are doing both. Of course, unless we are doing misevaluation, then we are misevaluating both. And this is...
So, evaluation is seeing things as they are, seeing reality as it is. That is evaluation.
Appreciate.
Yeah. Appreciating reality as it is, valuing reality as it is. So, that is what it is. Anything over, under, or the other is the wrong evaluation. And that is our problem. And this has been defined as delusion. Delusion is nothing else except for seeing reality more than what it is, less than what it is, or other than what it is.
So
Mike.
what role the
Mike.
feedback?
Pass the mic.
What role the feedback? What role in this evaluation the feedback from the other person has? Because that person also can do all three.
Right. But the thing is, like for example, I took that example earlier. Suppose you are respecting me. I will not be able to get to the definition of respect, but I feel fulfilled. So if the person in front is giving me indication that they are unfulfilled with my behavior, that's a feedback.
And it tells you that I am somewhere over, under, or other.
It is actually that person is helping me. Whereas we look at it as a problem.
So this over, under, and misevaluation is of value in a particular relationship, or value we are exhibiting.
All values.
Anywhere we are dealing with reality, this is the problem.
Here what we are proposing is that reality is meaningful. Everything in reality is purposeful. Existence is purposeful. Therefore, everything that exists has a role, has a meaning. Everything is meaningful. Our recognizing that meaning is us valuing its role. So, everything has value. We can appreciate it correctly, or we can be mistaken.
So when we appreciate it for it as it is, and that gives us the mechanism or ability to live with it. And that living with it is harmony. Now this can continue because it is the reality that I am living with.
So say in our relationships, up till now we felt that we create our own social environment. Here the proposal is saying no, humans exist for a reason. There is a meaning behind humans existing. Similarly, our interactions are also, the way we are supposed to come together also is meaningful. The way we connect with each other is also meaningful. There is a particular real reason that we come together in the ways that we do. We need to recognize that. We are not creating relationships, we are recognizing them. So friendship exists, therefore we fall into friendships. Parenthood exists, therefore we fall into parenthood. Siblingship, if there is such a word, exists, therefore we identify each other as siblings. Otherwise we could have just thought of them as friends. There's a difference that can be felt because there's a difference that exists. We need to understand that difference. We need to understand the actual value in existence of those relationships in order to be able to do justice by them. If I don't understand the difference between friendship and siblingship, then I will go around thinking that, oh, it's the same thing. I can treat my sibling the way I treat my friend, but it won't be fulfilling for either of us. And we'll keep wondering why. Actually, what is being proposed here is everything is meaningful because everything is purposeful. And we feel that meaning. We don't understand it yet. We have to convert our feeling into our understanding. And from understanding, we'll realize those feelings.
So, regarding the evaluation part, I'm a bit confused because harmony is the ultimate goal in a relationship. But if I'm evaluating my action or the values, so if the second person is getting the fulfillment, is the feedback. But how do I can evaluate my fulfillment, because that's neither high nor low. But how do I know that the second person is fulfilled? Like, because it's a bit subjective.
Right. Actually, that's an important point. Are you able to tell with Prachi when you're living that whether she is fulfilled in her relationship with you? Can you sense?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
The amount you are able to recognize in Prachi, compared to that, what is the amount in which you will be able to recognize my fulfillment with your in our relationship? More or less?
Less.
Why?
Because I observe her more than you.
Right. You understand her more, you've observed her more, you know the indications more. You've probably spoken about it also more. And therefore we need long-term commitment to be able to do this properly. Of course, we will talk about it also, but often we can just observe with the people that we know, that we live with, over a long period of time, committedly observing them, committedly caring about how they're feeling, we are able to build our sensitivity to how they're feeling. That is why we need long-term interaction also. And slowly you will realize that, oh, with this person, she's not able to express it immediately. It will take her like a few days to calm down, then she'll be able to tell me about it. But I get a hint anyway, so I give her space. So we come up with these dynamics of complementarity based on our ability to see each other over a period of time, recognizing each other's pattern, our specific ways of behavior.
So evaluation of closer relationship is easier, and evaluation of, let's say, for example, sibling relationship is easier than a friend's relationship, but somehow we are doing it.
No, I think wherever we pay more committed attention, that becomes easier for us. So wherever there is committed, dedicated, consistent observation and attention, we become good at picking up those signals. But also, you might have observed, I've observed this, the things I practiced in observing in my family, my sisters, my parents, my cousins, and my close friends. When I became attuned to how they respond to their certain feelings, I'm able to catch on to those even in the more out-group circle, right? Because I know how some people can behave when they're feeling hurt but confused, not sure. Therefore, I can see that even in strangers. The training, your sensitivity and your attunement builds in your committed relationships because you had the time to study them better, because you are committed to them, you care about them. So you've studied it, you've built your sensitivity. Now you can take it outside actually and use that to read other people also. I'm sure this has happened with all of us.
There's another thing.
See, observing the fulfillment in the other, before that, the signal of unfulfillment, disharmony, that keeps coming, no? So when you make a mistake in the relationship, immediately the signal is there. Something is gone wrong. So one is that negative signal stops coming. So that's an indicator there is something happening in the right direction. But in this process, you're also coming closer. Your observations are also getting keener. So when fulfillment is taking place, you see and then you talk and you find out. This is what mutual evaluation is all about. It's an intimate exercise.
And in fact, that is where often we do this. She'll be a little, you'll see a frown on her brow. You can be like, oh my god, she's furious at me. That's an under-evaluation of her. मतलब क्योंकि वो negative direction में जो भी बोल. It's an under-evaluation of her state of being. She is somewhat less negative 2. You are assuming she is negative 5, right? Or there's a frown on her brow and you're like, oh, she's just thinking very hard. She's actually fine. That's an over-evaluation of her state.
Let's not take it into the facial expression.
No, but gross examples, and we can turn that into more subtle. We observe in subtle realms also, but this is also very common. Or, you know.
Why I'm saying this is, these things you cannot identify in events.
Exactly.
You have to have a pattern which you have to observe. Then only are you able to identify.
When you are unable to contextualize patterns, that is when we end up doing
So any of these behavior things, in the abstract things, these can never be recognized in event. One event, isolated event, you won't be able to make out. But when you live with somebody, then over a period of time, then you are able to understand. So, like respect, in one moment you will say, I did this action, would you call it respect or not? This doesn't work. You have to look at sequence of events, spend some time together and then see what is your sentiment towards this person. Then you will be able to identify whether it is of respect or not.
And this also connects to why we keep swinging. So, if you look at it in the grossest form, we talked about materialism and idealism. When we don't go back to this process of evaluation, for instance, we took this idea of materialism, fundamental realities matter. So even in our relationships, we'll interpret our interactions as material. And we continue living that way. All cause and effects, all responses and reactions are all coming from material exchanges. We start living that way and we keep getting negative feedback. But we don't go back to think, oh, did I over-evaluate, did I under-evaluate, or did I mis-evaluate? We just keep getting negative feedback, so we're like, oh shucks, something's going wrong. So we then run away from it after a point. We keep increasing, the negativity will increase, and then we're like, oh no, all material things are terrible, it has to be completely spiritual. Then we run away. And because we didn't understand the value of the material in relationships, we haven't understood the value of material nature in our relationship with nature or in our interaction with people. So we've under-evaluated it, so we run away from it. We throw the baby out with the bathwater. Then we swing this side. We think, oh, it's all spiritual. There is nothing material, there is nothing certain. It is all about how we feel, or something along those lines. And we swing this way. But then we start getting negative responses from that as well. And if it gets to a certain extreme, we'll run away from that also. If we don't evaluate, did I over-evaluate this sense of something abstract, something qualitative in my relationships, in my philosophy? Did I under-evaluate it? Did I over-evaluate it? Did I mis-evaluate it? So then we run away from that also. We had over-evaluated the ideal, then we under-evaluated it, so we threw it all out. So that's why we keep swinging. We need to place it correctly. When we place the role of the abstract, the qualitative, and the role of the material, and the concrete, and the definite, all of these, when we understand their role, their meaning appropriately, then we stop swinging. Whether it's in our realm of interpersonal behavior, whether it's in our work, whether it's in our social life, or whether it's just in our thoughts. That confusion, that swinging, that will stop only when we place things correctly without throwing one away for the other.
We have thrown too many babies out.
Just two babies. Anyway.
Ashok wants to stand and pass on mic.
I was thinking that one easy way also to see the over-evaluation and under-evaluation happening in a relationship is like when we actually over-evaluate someone's capacity to do something, like Ashok was saying with a child who's not ready to write or whatever, it doesn't feel acceptable to them, they don't like that. And so we can see that they don't like that. And then if we under-evaluate, say a child, say you can't climb that tree or you can't do this when they can, or we curtail certain freedoms which they feel they're okay to do, then again they don't feel it's acceptable. So that's kind of like I feel that's a very direct way to see in relationships where we over-evaluate or under-evaluate their capacities or their capabilities or something, and then I feel that sense somehow you can get, whether they're close or far or anything, in another human being, there's a sense that it's not fitting. And I think whenever it's not fitting, it feels like something in your behavior, in your approach, in your assumption is lacking. Because like we said, with even babies, if we treat them with respect, or somebody who doesn't know about respect, they still feel the respect, right? So would that be fair to say that if they don't feel it, then there's something that we need to reevaluate in our evaluation process?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Good example, very good.
Anything more from that?
Next is connected to this one.
Yeah. So then that was evaluation, actually the errors in evaluation that we've come across. Then what is this mutual evaluation? We've already discussed this a bit. I'll just show all the points. Both partners in a relationship evaluate how much each of them have been successful in fulfilling their responsibility. Their responsibilities, first and foremost, are the values that are involved. That is our responsibility in our relationship. The values come from the purpose of that relationship. Whatever comes out common in both their evaluations, that becomes an achievement. Whatever differences they find with each other, with each other's evaluation, gives them the areas to work in more diligently. If they discover complaints towards each other in their relationship, that is an indicator of a lack of proper understanding of that particular relationship in one or both parties. We've already covered this. Also, I think I want to add one more point is, so in order to live or in order to evaluate properly, do the right kind of evaluation, we need a cognitive understanding of values. But in order to judge, evaluate in the other person whether they felt fulfilled or not, they will tell us, but even from their words, what are we receiving? It really depends on our sensitivity. So we need both sensitivity and cognition. We have to raise our sensitivity to each other. Otherwise, we won't be able to take in the indicators that we are sending each other. We'll mis-evaluate them or over-evaluate them under that. So both of these things are important. We can't think that, oh, it's only intellectual and not sensitive, or only all about sensitivity and nothing intellectual. Both are like very complementary to each other.
Give us the mic. Get the mic.
So what is the difference between when we find the differences and what is complaints? Like if there is a relationship and both of us have spoken to each other about what we didn't feel right about each other. So is it complaining or is it just addressing differences?
What happens is, when we are complaining is a different sentiment altogether. Right? And when we are informing that this was not complete, that's a different sentiment altogether. So these are with the sentiment. When we said initially, when we did human being as Jeevan and body, we said Jeevan is primary. So we have to look at that part. And Jeevan deals with your sentiments as well as your thoughts. Okay? And even in that, the hierarchy is that sentiment is more dominant part than the thought. So you can verbalize it. Verbalization is basically expression of a thought in many ways. But your sentiment could be something else and you could be saying something else. But your sentiments gets communicated.
We will feel it that it is a difference or it is a complaint.
Yes. It doesn't sound right. Even though the language is there, like all the people who come to ask for vote, they try to act respectful at the time or ask people, but it's not respect, we all know that.
Yes.
The differences in, see, if we disagree, if there's a difference in how you see a friend relationship and how I see it, if it's just a difference, I don't feel any sense of rejection towards you.
Yeah.
I don't feel any sense of betrayal towards you. I don't doubt your intent of being a good friend. Complaints happen when we doubt that intent is also there. So it's when we've lost that hope. Then it turns into a sense of rejection. That is what we call complaint.
Just follow up of this. So if I don't trust your intent, in that mutual evaluation won't work really, because
Mutual evaluation, it can still happen in the sense that you will express your dissatisfaction with me, you will express your anger. That is your evaluation of what I have been doing. And I will receive it. I can still receive it, right? Oh, this is a negative feedback, she's very upset. To be so upset that she's even doubting my intent. I must have really been lacking somewhere. So there, mutually we are coming to see the same, that there is a lack in what I am doing.
how you receive it, na, rather than defending yourself or.
But like, what is the difference between this and people pleasing?
People pleasing is about reaction. You see that someone is unhappy with me. You don't go into why are they unhappy with me, what was supposed to happen here in the first place. You just go into, okay, what would make them happy? Not evaluating why or what did I misunderstand, where did I fall short. That whole process of evaluation is not happening. You're reacting at the level of action, not at the level of sentence. People pleasing is a facade, no? It's just superficial. You haven't changed on the inside, you're showing something else on the outside. That's what we call people pleasing, right?
So there is an assumption which is involved there. This is what this person wants of me. And because of some whatever reason, you try to fulfill that without really understanding it.
It's an under-evaluation of that person's need. We think they are seeking a particular action from you. We are under-evaluating their need. Their need is of a certain kind of sentiment, some regards, a value from you. Just by giving that action, they will not feel fulfilled. So it's under-evaluation of their need and my responsibility.
People pleasing often seems to be also like
Take the mic.
people pleasing also seems to be more about meeting our own needs actually. Like we want to be, we want them to be pleased with us actually. We're pleasing them because we want them to be pleased with us rather than we care about them or their needs actually. We're more absorbed with our own, no?
Yeah, we're also mis-evaluating our own action. We think we're fulfilling their needs, actually we're fulfilling our needs. It's misevaluation. Should I move on? These we've already covered. When the following happen, only then can mutual fulfillment occur. What? When we identify the relationship correctly, mutually. If I identify you as a friend and you identify me as a parent, it's not going to work. So only when we have the same understanding, the same template of that relationship, then we identify it together, then only can the value-based interaction flow smoothly. And only if the values are flowing can we mutually evaluate in a fulfilling manner. So this we've already. In mutual fulfillment, both partners are satisfied with their behavior as well as their partner's behavior.
I just want to go to example Pashwa suggested about the over-evaluation and under-evaluation. So in that example, you are over-evaluating or under-evaluating their capacities. The child can capabilities. But at the end, that capability, that under-evaluation or over-evaluation of that capability has to map to a value which we are not, which to a value which is being defined here. It has to map to the value.
Or it could also be a skill-based thing, no?
No, in the sense that, I mean, I'm just trying to pass it, that for example, child doesn't have a capacity to write, and I'm forced, and I expected him to write three pages. Now, where does this particular thing stemming from? My evaluation of that whether he has a capability or not, and why I did that, why I ended up having that particular assumption that he has a capacity or capability.
There is lack of observation and an assumption. Assumption that at this age this person should be able to write, and lack of observation that this person actually not able to do it.
That's again an activity. The other, the behind that particular thing, because before what I understood from you, behind that activity, my understanding of what the human behavior is and what care is not there. I didn't understood that particular thing properly.
Right.
That's the reason I ended up doing that.
Right.
So the root of that, and if you just trace the root,
Yeah.
because again and again in darshan it is coming that they say, I mean, it is the word used is mulyankan. So it is mulyon ka aaklan. So you are, and that's what I was always confused, that how I'm going to do the evaluation of the mulya. That it's not the evaluation of the instance. Again and again, it's like sambandh, nyaya is equal to sambandh, mulya, mulyankan, ubhay tripti. So mulyankan was like how I am evaluating my mulya, and that is where probably what you explained probably makes sense, rather than, because at times the instance part we do it a little bit. I can say myself that I do evaluate whether I under evaluated or over evaluated an instance. It is somewhat easier, but mapping it to the mulya is a tougher part.
Right.
Is communication the only way for mutual evaluation? Can there be more ways like observing? And is mutual evaluation, can it be like one-sided? Because if the other person is not ready to, or at that level of understanding and knowledge, so can it be like a one-way process where you're observing and watching the behavior, but communication may not always be the best tool?
No, if I am dissatisfied, say I am a child or a parent, if I am dissatisfied with you, I will express it in all my expressions. I'll be expressing it in my facial expression, in my words, in my tone, in my actions, in the things I communicate to you through language. Everything I will be sharing.
So that is also communication being received.
Yeah.
But
The biggest tool is the articulated words. That's a huge tool for us. But that also, in that also, we are not relying just on the words they're using. When you use the same words, and when Pashwari uses the same words, I'm reading them differently because of my sensitivity to what the rest of your demeanor, how you've been the rest of the day, the kind of thoughts you've been coming from, and it's different from where she's been coming from. So it's not just your words that are actually communicating your sentiment to me. They're a huge tool. They're the biggest tool I have, but they're in combination with all your other expressions, your entire conduct and my observation of that. So observation, it's not communication or observation. One part of our observation of the other person is their communication.
But if the child is responding like that to me, that's not evaluation, right? That's a feedback. So how do I, especially in mutual evaluation, how do I receive that the positive communication from the other side? Like if I'm saying something beyond communication.
So we're saying if the child is getting angry at you,
Yeah.
then they have done some sort of whatever little to their capacity, whatever they could evaluate that this was not pleasant, this was bad for me.
Yeah.
This was the level of their evaluation.
Right.
That's all they can do at one
Okay,
point. So that's what they're sharing, expressing.
Like a baby will simply cry. That's the only expression it knows. A slightly elder child will do other things. Will throw a tantrum, do something else. That is another expression. The most evolved expression is verbal. Like you and I, we can tell each other, look, what you're doing is not right and it's hurting me. We can say this very politely also. This is a highly evolved communication. Right? So this is not the only way of communicating. There are many ways before it also. But this is the most efficient, most evolved.
Self-aware communication, best. Before that, you can be not self-aware and be communicating also. But when we understand how we're feeling, why we're feeling this way, then that's the best. We can just share it as it is. We will not be over-evaluating, under-evaluating or mis-evaluating our own feelings.
I think I asked it earlier also, yesterday also. So when the words are right, and the other components of things are right, but we don't feel right about it. I asked it earlier also, and we could sense that something is not right. It is not coming from a meaningful space or purposeful space, and it's being continued, and everything is right. Tone and verbal things, everything is right. And then you express it to a person that there is something not right, and the person is not able to understand because the tone and verbal things are right. Because I'm facing this also. So how do you go about it? Like, but every time you've talked to them, something doesn't feel right, and they are around them.
So first of all, the fact that something didn't feel right is what we know for sure. All the other part, it wasn't the tone, it was the words, which part of it was incorrect is based on our own understanding. Right? We could be right, we could be wrong. Right? So what we know for sure is that it did not feel fulfilling. That much we know. But why it did not feel fulfilling depends on we'll be able to make that judgment as well as we can understand human beings and the other person in particular. So how will you communicate it and how will you solve that problem? That is, first you have to, how to fix the other person as a secondary step. First and foremost, I can work on my own relationship with them. Okay, what they did to me, something felt unfulfilling. That tells me that somewhere they are not feeling the value that they should be feeling towards me. What could I do about it? What is lacking on my part? That is something I have in my control. If that person is receptive, if you have a relationship in which they can listen to you, you can try expressing yourself more, if you are calm, if you are in the state of your proper observation, which is not with a feeling of rejection towards them, but a feeling of acceptance, and it's differences that you are observing, not complaints that you are feeling, then if we try to communicate it, it will be better received than if you are feeling a sense of.
So I understand it like that ki I'm assuming that I am going from a perfect space and I need to look more into my own being, that what they might be getting is not right, or I need to look more upon.
That is something we can definitely do. Whether or not we can do the rest is secondary, but that is something we can always definitely
and
do.
evaluate ki if we are coming from the right space, it's okay now. Yeah, got it.
So there are two things in this. One is whether somebody is communicating properly or not. This exercise so we have to do anyways, right? To keep checking ourselves, right? What is happening, and because then in mutual evaluation, my evaluation is also there now. Second thing is, now you can sense there is something missing, but you can't place it. What is missing? What does it indicate? It indicates you don't have the template for place this thing there. So there is a lack of understanding. If you really understood it, you will be able to pinpoint it. This is what is missing. Respect is missing, care is missing, this sentiment is missing, that sentiment is missing. So you know something is missing, but you don't know exactly what is missing. So you need vocabulary for it, you need understanding for it.
So this was just, if at the end of the day, or not at the end of the day, throughout, we can feel this mutual fulfillment in our relationship in this way, then we can say that that relationship is a just relationship. And that is the kind of relationship we seek with every relation of ours. That's what we seek in our dynamics with anyone. So, I mean, I can show this very briefly because we talked about the identifying the relationships and the values associated with those relationships. This is a table that just shows briefly the values involved in each relationship. I'll show it, but I don't think we have the time to go into it deeply, and it's a more advanced sort of study. Like each value is a chapter, each relationship and its associated value is also a whole chapter open up. But this is indicated to show that this is very definite and clear, and we can all understand it and recognize it in the same way because we have this as a universal need. We just need to recognize it. It's only indicated just to show you that there is a mapping, and this PPT will be shared with you. So I think I'll move forward from here. Yeah. So understanding the relationship means understanding its purpose and the values involved with that purpose. So until we've understood the purpose, which we've taken in the first slide, and these values separately and why each value corresponds to each purpose, till then we have not understood that relationship.
Why is the teacher-student love oneness extra dark blue?
Yeah. Primary. The darkness is primacy.
Okay.
In order. The darkest is most primary, the lighter is less.
Alright.
I'll move on from it. It's very interesting, I love it.
Can we say that employer-employee relationship is love lost?
Look at all that is grey. No. Acha, no. Employee towards the employer, not as employee. But employer towards employee is there. It's very interesting. We can spend a lot of time for it and checking. Do we actually feel this way? Do we actually see these needs? And then what does each of these actually mean? That is the thing.
So a lot of people were asking me how do we keep in touch with this content once we go back? So there is one idea. We can take one of these slides like this one or any one which you like, and we do a weekly or online meeting or something like that. So that can also be done for those who are interested.
Then there are the other values. So we've done justice now. We did all the 4 steps of justice and the values involved in the relationship. But since we showed all the values, there are 32 values, we can just take a brief look at some of the others. For now, I think a little bit we can go into these human values. You see, the first human value is patience, then there's courage, generosity, kindness, benevolence and compassion. All very nice words that I think all of us feel like are good things that we all should be and we should all find in the society around us. But why are these human values? And what are these values? So that is something worth understanding because they are human values. So values, we were just talking about this in the lunch. Values are the significance of particular togethernesses, right? So for instance, in relationship behavioral values, the significance of the parent-child relationship was, care, concern and love. That's the importance, that is the significance, or that is the worth or value of the parent-child relationship. So when we talk about human values, what we're saying is that the value of human relationships with other humans, or humans' relationship with any other human, is in their capacity to be patient, to be courageous, to be generous, to be kind, benevolent and compassionate. This is my significance in the role of any other human. This is aside from my particular role in particular committed relationships. This is my value as a human being. So this is the value of what it means to be human. This is what defines humanness. Right? We often wonder, what is the thing that differentiates humans from animals? Are AI close to being human or superseding humans? So unless we understand what humans are, what makes humans human, we can't answer any of those questions. So this is what makes humans human. So it becomes important to understand this. What is patience? What is courage? What is generosity, kindness, benevolence, compassion? So the minimum humanness that can be there, minimum human nature, basic humaneness, is in patience, courage and generosity. This is what being human is, as a minimum qualification. We call that an animalist. What does it mean? It means patience is defined here as commitment to living with justice. Justice is harmony, our spontaneous harmony, our spontaneous desire for living in fulfilling, harmonious relationships, mutually fulfilling. So, if we are committed to this mutual fulfillment, which is justice, which is our universal goal, that is what patience is. So, how does that connect to the patience we think of today? So, usually we think of patience as, okay, if someone's doing something improper and I don't get angry at them, that is what patience is, right? Why would I not get angry at them? It is only when I am able to, first, it is because I don't want to get angry at them, because I understand that getting angry here would just mean that this whole situation, our dynamic, is going to get more unharmonious. They were already upset, that's why they were doing something improper, or They were already agitated. That's why they were doing something improper. Now I get angry. It's going to make things even worse, right? I'm just adding more disharmony there. So I don't want to be angry. And why do I not want to be angry? Because I'm committed to being harmonious, to being mutually fulfilling in our interaction, even if they are incapable of doing that just now. And what allows me to be able to be that way? It's when I can understand them. What is making them behave this way? If I can understand them, I can very easily be able to complement them. So my commitment to justice can be met with my capability to remain just, with this understanding and capability to complement whatever the other person might be throwing at me. So this is the basic minimum of humanness, patience. No matter what is happening, I am going to remain committed to being just. That is what humans can do. Animals get affected by all the environmental disbalances. As humans, we have the capability to be autonomous, to be able to be free from the pressures and the forces of our environment. We have the capability to be self-regulated. Our self-regulation comes from our understanding, and therefore we have the capability to regulate our environment. So the first manifestation of that in us is our patience. So whatever incapability we all might have, if there's someone who can understand that and cares about maintaining and enforcing harmony, they will not accept the influence of that disharmony from us. They will not accept the influence of our incapability. They will exert their influence of harmony, of balancing and complementarity to our incapability. So that is the minimum humanness.
Yeah. Patience is an indicator of stability in our character. And this comes from our understanding of justice, and now that we want to live in accordance with justice, therefore we are stable, we wait for the opportunity where we can be just. There might be circumstances initially where to be just might be difficult. So there is impatience, if you use the word in the prevalent form. There is also a thing about waiting, right? So here you wait for the right opportunity when you can respond justfully, rather than responding immediately.
I would say, rather than waiting, you're not like you're waiting and doing nothing.
Right.
Right? You understand the sequence of the
Exactly.
steps that are bound to, that are necessary. There is a sequence to everything. You understand that sequence, so you know that what you are seeking or what you are hoping for comes at step 5, but they're still at step 1. So you can't. So maybe if you want to go to step 5, you need to go through step 1, 2, 3, 4. And so you do whatever little. So it's not waiting, you're doing what is appropriate for steps 1 to 4. And then when they reach step 5, then you will do what is appropriate for step 5. So if someone doesn't understand it, it will look like you were waiting for them to reach step 5 and then you did it. But actually, you just did, when they were at step 1, you did what was needed for step 1 to complement them at step 1. When they were at step 2, you did what was necessary to complement them at step 2. When they were at 3, you complemented them at that. So you were there throughout. You weren't just waiting for them to grow.
So, and another point that I wanted to add in this was that patience also includes our tendency or our inclination to evaluate the person in front of us of their abilities as well as their receptivity, taking that into account and then interacting with them, with not ignoring the person, not just as working from your own expectations. So patience will have that part that, okay, this person is capable of this and has receptivity of this. So accordingly I have to interact.
Because it is commitment to living with justice, and justice already we discussed, it involves our sensitivity to what our relationship is, what their needs are, how I can complement it. So both that sensitivity of observation and understanding and fulfillment based of their needs. So that is patience. That is only in my relationship with my other relatives, relations, or anyone. Then courage. Courage is applications of one's energies for ensuring justice for others. So if there is a fight happening, so I am doing this patience thing with my relations, but what if two of my relations are having some problems among them? What is my role there? So that is what takes courage. If I'm capable of being patient, I'm also capable of being courageous, in that I can dedicate my energies among my relations. These are people I know and I'm living with justice, in justice with them already. So to bring harmony between two such people, I can then dedicate my energies. It's a lot more work, as any of us who has tried doing it will realize, like putting a hand in the lion's mouth. But it's not so dangerous if you know the principles and if you have the right feeling of.
And you have the background to live just relationship with them.
Because you know justice, therefore you know what is needed there. They maybe don't, but you do. And so you can dedicate your energies to help out over there.
Yeah, but in addition to that, what is also there is that you are helping where you have a just full relationship with them. So they have some sort of regard for you. You are with both the parties. So when you start helping them in resolving their issues, they will have some regard for you and they'll take this.
Both parties trust you already, and that is the basis on which you can do this. So without patience, there can be no courage. Because without justice, there can be no mediation.
Only trust, or they must seek it?
They might not be seeking help from us, but they should be able to trust that if I am coming to them, then it must be for a good reason. They wish the best for me and they are able to usually fulfill me. This is what you were sharing that time, no? That because the boys trusted you already so much, whenever you did suggest something, they were very open to it. That sort of trust.
Receptive. It's also so beautiful to see that you both how beautifully complement each other. Like you give words to each other. Your situation.
But there's nothing extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's just we have studied this together. So, and it's available to you also. Soon you will also be like this.
Just a thought that came to me.
Take the mic, please.
That these human values that we are talking of are in the different relationships that we've mentioned, the 7 different types of relationships.
This is the human values, are your value as a human.
Okay, so this also then holds true for relationship with ourselves also, right? Being patient with ourselves.
Not exactly, because patience is with justice. Justice is in relationships, and relationships are between two humans. That is a harmony of values flowing between two humans.
So sometimes I feel that I need the courage to stand up for myself also, because if I feel if I feel that others are being unjust, or I need to be assertive. I need to have that courage, and sometimes I don't. So
I would call that maybe confidence or clarity, and confidence comes from clarity. So if I understand myself, I will have the confidence, I will have the clarity of what I am, why I am like this, and confidence to then share it with others. Sometimes I need the confidence in myself to be able to stand up for myself. Maybe that's what you're saying.
What is happening there is, what happens is, in our mental faculties, in our conscious faculties, we have the ability to observe. So when we focus the observation towards ourselves, we can observe our thoughts, our sentiments, our feelings, all these things we can observe. So since we are observing them, we start thinking of it as two people. The one who is observing and one who is thinking or doing or feeling. So we start talking about a relationship between the observer and this. So this is my relationship with myself. This is the language we give. It is just me who has the ability to see my own thoughts. Okay. So the right language for this would be my evaluation of myself. How I see myself. Right? Because with the other person, when we are talking about relationship, there is a separate independent conscious unit. Here, when I am observing my thoughts, I can change my thoughts. Whereas in the other independent unit, that is not within my right. So the interaction is very different. This is within me what is happening. This is not. So we don't call it a relationship with ourselves. It is a self-evaluation. And the better you self-evaluate, the better self-confidence one has.
So, okay, I've understood. So, going back to this, so patience, courage, so these values, once I evaluate myself, these values may hold true there as well. Like I need to be more generous to myself.
To whom?
To myself.
How will you be generous to yourself?
By doing things for myself also.
So how is that different from selfish?
It may not be different. If I'm doing, it's just a way I look at it. You know, sometimes like if I want to go for a holiday myself, I'm being generous to myself. It can also be interpreted as, hey, this woman is selfish. She's just.
No, this woman is again somebody else.
Okay, right.
Yeah, when you are doing it for yourself, right? I'm not saying that if you do that, it's selfish. I'm saying that we say I am being selfish and I am being generous to my. What is the difference? What's the distinction?
Selfish is associated with a negative. It has a negative connotation, and generosity has a positive connotation.
So very simple explanation. When I am doing things for myself, because I don't like that idea, I've started using a certain kind of language. I'm being generous with myself.
No, I think.
No, I'm just saying that is also possible. What is there is, this is me only. I'm justifying things for myself. I'm giving it some language. Patience is with the other person. How will you have patience with yourself, for example? Think about it.
Like not be in a hurry to arrive at something, or I push myself that like I give myself some deadline, or so I may feel that okay, it's not important. Okay, my health is more important, so let me just wait and watch, and let me just go with the flow, and let me not go against my own nature. And so I'm being patient with myself that okay, fine, this is also okay. If I'm not being able to fulfill it, it's also okay.
And now, what is being patient?
Giving time to myself, or giving space and time.
So
Not pushing myself.
So one, you're saying patient being yourself. And what is being patient otherwise?
What is patience?
I mean, it's just a play of words. Is it the same? It's the same thing that is.
No. He's saying that what we think of patience, what we think of as patience just now, is say giving time or not expecting. Right? That's what we think of as patience just now. Whereas here we're defining patience more precisely. It's not just not expecting. It's maybe that looks like it could be something similar. Maybe that's one process that looks like it could be a part of patience. But actually what patience is, when someone is patient with me, when I feel that fulfillment, or when I am able to be patient with someone, what is actually happening is not that I am not expecting anything from them. It's that I am committed to doing what is right over there. Right? So, and that comes from clarity. Now, when that is happening in my relationship with another person, where I am committed to doing what is right in our relationship, we call that patience. When I am doing what is right in general, of which I am also part, like when I'm doing something right, it cannot be at the cost of my well-being, obviously, and obviously that's not right. We discussed how the universal goal, the universal well-being, includes my own well-being. So often, I am doing things thinking that I'm doing it for others, but I am compromising my own well-being also at the time because I don't know how to reconcile the two. So I'm either compromising my well-being or I'm compromising others' well-being because I've neither understood myself nor have I understood others' needs. This is talking about understanding all of our needs and that the fact that they are all the same. We are all humans. So we understand human needs. So when we are patient as human beings, it's because we understand that you and I and everyone else as humans, we all have the same need for justice and we all have the same process of development. And so what doing right, doing justice for the other involves being receptive and complementary to their needs. But that in that very sentiment of wanting to do right in relationships, first the prerequisite is that I should have understanding of myself and clarity of my needs and capacity to be able to fulfill my own needs. That is the basis on which my ability to live with others also stands. We haven't actually covered it here, the self-reliant human being, but that is the basis on which patience can happen. So first we need to be able, harmony inside leads to harmony outside.
This whole concept of my relationship with myself is versus my relationship with others. And there seems to be a balancing act there. Either I can do for that outside or I can do for myself. So that is, it's an indicator of that struggle.
When you were explaining courage, you said regards for someone. Can you say more into what is having regards for someone?
What I was saying was, when we have, what is courage? Courage is, like, suppose Drishta and Veda are having some sort of a misunderstanding. Okay. So there is some sort of a injustice taking place. So now, since I can observe this is happening, my stepping in to resolve that situation. And I can only be doing this if I have already lived with justice. So I can only give justice if I have justice in me. So if I have justice, it means I have already lived in justice with Drishta, I have already lived in justice with Veda. Because of this, they have some regard for me.
Some trust.
Some trust.
Like sentiment,
Trust.
value.
Yeah. They value my
And
inputs.
they think you are unbiased.
Yeah.
We trust.
So because
That
I'm
is
just,
not
because I'm just.
So yeah, these are the three minimum requirements for an individual to be able to live humanely in one's long-term committed relationships. This is the minimum human. Why? Because all of these are within the purview of our long-term committed relationships. Once we are able to live like this, then it develops our capability of being humane even beyond those long-term commitments. So beyond our set of long-term committed relationships is what we are calling family. So this is the definition of family. Long-term committed, network of long-term committed relationships. First, we will be humane in that purview, and because we have been able to live humanely and with justice there, that allows us to be able to live in the same way in the larger community. And there, that's where the next levels of humaneness come into play. And I'll just show it and we'll discuss it.
I'll just mention about this, that these three things, mind, body and wealth, these are the three assets that a human being has or a human collective has. Because these are the three things that we invest. Right? You can invest your mental faculties, you can invest your physical act, or you can invest your wealth. That's how you do anything in the real world with the use of these three. So this will come into relevance when we talk about policy also. So you're committing your assets for the universal goal. This is generosity.
And this is our capability of living humanely with others when maybe even they have not understood, or maybe they are not capable of living with justice. Now, we are not able to change how they are. But even without being able to increase their capability of living with justice, this is the minimum we can still do. You know, we often come with questions in workshops, okay, I might live with justice, but what about the other? So even if the other doesn't yet understand justice or have the capability, this much we can still do. Right? Now, the rest is like the next level of humanness level 2, where we can actually do something.
Superhuman.
Yeah. We can give it whatever name we call it, human plus.
Human
plus. Or whatever.
Humanness on 101, humanness.
102.
Yeah, tea.
So
Let's have some tea.
Okay, we'll do that after.
T20. Dot.
Since we still need to do character and ethics after this, I'll just go over this very quickly and then we can move on. So we were talking about these there are 6 human values, of which the first 3 are the minimum level of humaneness. That means we can live like this even without being able to bring any change in the other person's ability to do justice. That means we can bring harmony in our relationships like this, even without being able to increase the capability of the other to correspond. Right? So this is the minimum level. This is what we will have to do. We will have to pass this level 1 or perfect ourselves in this level 1 first. And then after that, once we're capable of living like this, once we've evidenced our ability to live like this, we also start feeling, oh, I am doing my part here, but wouldn't it be great if I could help the other become more capable as well, to increase their capability in being just as well. And that is what the next 3 values, the next 3 human values are about. So the next 3 human values, the level 2 and finally level 3, they are the values in humans that make us capable of imparting education. This is about just conduct. The next 3 are about imparting education and allowing others to become capable of that just conduct also. Multiplying.
So for those relationships that we just listed, these, just to live in a harmonious manner, these 3 are enough.
Yeah, except in the parent-child and the teacher-student one,
because
the role,
it's imparting you're imparting something.
Yeah. The purpose of that relationship itself is to.
Oh, so I'm a superhuman, but
you need to be.
So parenting and teaching, you need superhuman qualities.
Abilities. The superhuman abilities are the ability to impart education.
This is a depressing thing.
Or you can think of it as inspiring.
yeah, I was so happy to know why is it depressing.
So inspiring. And then you can.
The perspective, man. So it's
But when children understand it, when the child understands it, they also feel more generous to them. ठीक है, अभी वो तो next level है.
One second. I'm still wondering why are we phrasing it as if it is linear. Like one has to be this to. In actual experience, it doesn't seem like as if it has to be. One has to complete something to. It seems like there is a. You back and forth in it, in growing and learning, right? So I'm just wondering about why we are phrasing it like that.
So when we look at what it is that we are building upon, then we'll see that the first thing, if we don't have this commitment to living with justice, what will we teach the other? So it'll have to come first.
You can't give what you don't have. So you don't have in your conduct justice. How will you be able to teach it?
Yeah, but it's not like one doesn't have it actually, but I mean we keep touching it often, but we also miss even in conduct itself, in relationships, we also miss it sometimes for whatever many reasons, but we're also in touch with it as much as one is, right?
See, these are harmonies, and the harmony you are able to give you some sort of happiness. The next level of harmony gives you different quality, higher quality of happiness. Then the next harmony gives you higher level. Once you attain this level, because it is happiness which is your driving force, this is a driving motor, you don't fall back to the other qualities. So you sustain that. So today we feel that we go there because these are words and we interpret these words in a certain meaning. These are very different meanings. For this you need self-realization and realization of coexistence. One can't live even the patience, courage and generosity without realization. That is very important part.
Those things that we are thinking just now, our patience or courage or generosity, they are approximations. But if we decide that that is what patience, courage and generosity is, then we are undervaluing the reality of what they are. So actually, because it's not like it has to be this way or else. I mean, yeah, it is actually like that. Or else it won't be fulfilling. And it's not like you must do it that way. If we are not living patience, and this is what patience is, it won't be fulfilling. So right now, we might have some approximation of what patience is. But if it is not completely this, then it will always fall short. So to the extent that we are living with patience, and what that means, to the extent that we can be committed to justice, or to the extent that we are committed to maintaining a harmony between our relations, that means to the extent to which we understand what the harmony between us is, we will be fulfilled.
There are two more angles to this whole thing. One, when we were doing that table of all the four orders, there in the nature of knowledge order, we had these 6 things there, right? The patience, courage, generosity, and like that. So these human values are also human nature. Nature is something which is consistently there. So it is defined like that. When we are talking about, like, we sometimes touch it and then we fall back, then it's an event. None of these values, the 30 values that we showed in the last table, or these 6 human values or human natures, these are not events. These are not evaluated in events. They are evaluated in the long term. Overall, what is the quality of the interaction? Overall quality. That's one. So even if you do it once, it is not enough. So it is when it is consistently in my conduct, then only we say it is patience.
Because it's commitment. And you can't judge commitment in instances. If you are seemingly committed to justice today, but not tomorrow, then again day after, but not the day after that, can I actually say that you are committed to justice? Or can I say that you have the intent to be committed to justice? You're not actually committed to justice as yet, but maybe you have the intent to be committed to it. Therefore sometimes it seems like it's there, sometimes it feels like it's not there, but it's actually The commitment is not there, because for commitment you need to have it. You have to have the ability to be just.
It's a reality. Say something. No, let her respond. She was saying something.
I'm still wondering. I mean, I'm using the word judgment, but I'm still like, why are we judging it as that it's there, or like?
I'll tell you that the other aspect which I wanted to mention was, what is reality? Is this building real? What is the basis of us saying that this is real? Because it is there in this moment, and is there in this moment, and is there in moment. So something which is consistently there, then we call it real. But something which appears, like if this building, this pillar was there for some time, I felt this is there for some time, and then I said, no, it's not there. Then I said this is there. Then it is my delusion. That's not a reality. So reality is always consistently there. That's why, that's the word existence means.
I don't know if it's appropriate to say here, but I feel like somehow when these three things are in place in your conduct, then actually the next step actually becomes possible, just because, you know, if you were trying to change the receptivity of someone else or their understanding, firstly they're more receptive to you if they can trust you, and you have these qualities, and you're also able to kind of impart or, you know, show them the way more easily. I feel like if you don't have these, then you're not, like, even though someone's urge to listen to you or to be open to you or to feel safe with you, even to explore, you know, their own limits or something, like all those are also related to whether you have these in place and to what extent you have these in place. That's what I feel somehow.
I think how I see it is,
एक और last point कि if you look at the insentient world, so it is basically biological evolution, and this biological evolution is step by step the complexity and the qualities improving. So you see the sequence there. So in order, in the natural order, there is a sequence. This is observant in the material world. Similarly, there is also order, sequential order in the abstract. This is the proposal. So without patience, courage and generosity, there cannot be kindness. These are prerequisites for kindness, benevolence and compassion. Without kindness and benevolence, there cannot be compassion. So these are prerequisites. It's like if somebody doesn't know the language, expecting them to speak it like that. Because knowing the language is a prerequisite to speak in that language.
so, hello. So I just show those. Hello. So the next level is kindness. There are several definitions. Kindness and benevolence. These are the next two. So kindness is very simply to be supportive, that is also to not be obstructive in others' growth. This is something that is true. We can be kind to all other orders also. We can be kind in this way to the material order, to the biological order and to the animal order. We can be supportive of their growth, which we can only do if we understand what their growth is all about. Right? That is kind behavior to the material, biological and animal order. In the human order, in the knowledge order, kindness is the same. It's to be supportive or not obstructive in others' growth. But what that means is that to have this capacity to provide content to those who have the receptivity. but an absence of the content. Very specific. How are we supportive in another's growth? So if someone needs something, there is a need in them for something, and I have the ability to provide that need. Then if I fulfill that, that is me being kind to them. Right? That is what we're calling kindness over. It's my support in their growth. They already feel a need, and I am providing it because I have the capability to do that. Our basic need as human beings is the need to be self-regulated, which comes from understanding. And understanding comes from education. So, if someone has the need, that means that they have certain questions, they're seeking something, answers to what life is about, what human living is all about, all of this. And we have the answers to that. We have the evidence of those answers also. That is what it means to have the answer to that. Then to provide these answers to such a person who is already seeking them is kindness on my part. Then there is benevolence. This is slightly higher than kindness. It is the capacity to establish receptivity in those who have access to the content but not the receptivity. That means there is someone who has access to the content of education. Of course, they have the need, as all humans do, but are not aware in the need. Right? Then my ability to be able to make them aware of their need, that is my benevolence to them. Then they have the content accessible to them already. They'll make use of it themselves. Just my ability to make them draw their attention to this need of theirs. That's benevolence.
But receptivity and need are not the same, right?
No.
So, but you're saying need, but there is receptivity.
No. So, as humans,
Yeah.
we all need understanding. We all need self-regulation. Right? But some of us recognize this need. We are aware of it.
Correct.
So, we're working for it.
Yeah.
Right? We're seeking answers.
Yeah.
Because answers allow us to understand. Right? We're seeking meaning. Then the need is the same, but some people aren't seeking the answers. Why? Because they are not aware that that is their need. The need still exists, but they're not aware of it.
So how can I propose to someone that, hey, this might be your need? Like just say that? Like,
So based on our just relationship with them,
okay, that's the basis.
that's the basis. They will see in our conduct that this is something worth striving for. And maybe that question has not developed in them, but they will have the evidence of that fulfillment in your interaction with them. And then you can draw their attention to the fact that, hey, do you like this? Do you know what this is? You can start thinking about it. In that way, we apply our creativity. It's a higher ability.
It's a much deeper
Much
Yeah.
deeper work.
It's a very deep intervention.
Yeah.
It is not simple, easy.
It's not.
Because making people aware of their needs is right, having access to their
Without
inner
imposition.
self.
Correct.
Yeah.
Without imposition.
Yeah.
So it's a
Because it's still a proposal here.
yeah.
Everything is a proposal,
Proposal,
any which way.
yes.
And is establishing receptivity.
So receptivity is you are receptive
Yeah.
to whatever you have identified as your need. Right? So if I am able to help you identify something as your need, you become receptive to it.
Yeah.
But that's what. To be benevolent without imposing, without obstructing.
Yeah.
So kindness involves non-obstruction.
Oh, so in this also
Non-imposition.
there's a hierarchy.
All of these subsume the previous one.
Okay, understood. Okay.
So if you're benevolent, you have to be patient, encouraging,
Kindness,
generous,
and then comes okay.
Yeah.
They're all sequential.
Yeah.
And this need and receptivities, if whatever you need, you will receive, no?
Yeah.
If you don't have the need, you won't receive. So receptivity is a function of need.
And finally, the highest ability, compassion. This person They have neither the access to the content nor the need for it. And if I'm able to give them both, establish the need, direct their attention to that need, and also fulfill it, that is top level of humans. It's like a lot of work, deep work. That's compassion.
This just makes me realize that I think compassion is a word that at least I and a lot of people I know use it so loosely.
Yeah.
I just want to be compassionate.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, this draws my attention also to the fact that a lot of times we think that we are helping others, whereas actually we're fulfilling a need of ourselves, and it happens to be complementary to the other. So they also get help in that. They're complementary. But in helping others, that has to be my full intent and plan and result. Like that has to be my objective. So there's a difference between someone learning from us and us teaching them.
And it's not only about the word compassion that we use loosely. Most of the language concerned with the abstract emotions, feelings. This part we are using very liberally. We are not very disciplined in this. It's very situational.
Since we don't have so much time with you, just what do you call compassion? Karuna. Gita, Vita, Udarta, Daya, Kripa, Karuna. Daya is kindness. It'll come up again. Daya is soon to come up. Oh, this is.
Okay. Yeah. So we talked about daya and kindness and benevolence, right? And compassion. So in this, basically we are trying to help the other live with justice, right? For this, education is the only tool. So we are helping them learn these things. So we are participating in the educational process. So what is the qualification for participating in educational process? It is the authenticity is the qualification. So here we are going to define what is authenticity, right? So in the education, the one thing which we have to remember that learning takes place when a person is inspired by somebody. I learn from somebody, say from Drishta, if I am inspired by her conduct. Right? Then only will I learn from. Imposition never works in learning. If I want to make you understand something and you don't want to understand it, there is no force on this planet that I can make you understand. But if I am saying something which you find inspirational and you want to learn from it, you can easily do that. So therefore, teaching is not an exercise. As in, teaching is not an imposition. It is basically assisting learning. Right? So, and the qualification for that is authenticity. So, inspiration, again, this question is is inspiration given or taken? So, do I give my inspiration to somebody or somebody gets inspired by my conduct? So, giving is inspiration is not an activity, which is basically trying to influence on you. Right? So, a person has to live in a conduct, in a harmonious conduct. That is the only thing you can do to give inspiration. Live in a harmonious conduct. Right? And then there will be people who will be inspired by that. You should be ready to share and share it. For that, these are the three things we talk about. helping others do what one has done. This is in the domain of skills, right? Like for example, driving a car. If you know how to drive a car, you can help others drive the car. How to use a computer. You know how to use a computer, you can teach somebody how to use a computer, right? But in this area, information also helps. Like you can take a manual and also learn something in this area, in the skills area. But your expertise in this area or your proficiency in this area is what you've done, right? So if I've driven a lot, then I'm proficient in driving. If I'm a cook every day in the kitchen, then I'm proficient in cooking. If I am a farmer, I'm doing farming for several years and I'm good at it, then I'm proficient in it. Then the second is helping others practice what one has practiced. This is in the domain of behavior. And this is where the manifested values come. This is a part which needs to be learned. How to live with values. So you have to understand also, you have to now, once you've understood, say you've understood respect, you've understood gratitude. Now how do you live with gratitude? The value will be there within you. So you have to, there is some appropriate actions associated with this, which you've not been doing earlier, right? So now you have to retrain your mind to how to do this, how to communicate your gratitude, how to communicate your respect. Like for example, even though I want to express my affection for children, half the time I am doing it by imposing something. So I have to remind myself, if this is affection and this is imposition, they don't go together. So I have to retrain my mind. My responses are inbuilt in my mind. So the expression also has to be reconfigured. So for that, you have to practice. So behavioral issues, realization, values have to be understood, and the manifested values have to be practiced. So whatever you practice, that you can help others practice. So that is that part, which is we are calling finesse. Finesse is in the domain of behavior. You have chosen words, you can suggest better words in the domain of behavior. This. And helping others understand that one has understood. This is in domain of knowledge. I can only make others understand what I have understood. Sometimes you'll see I communicate very well to you, but in some points I do struggle. What's the difference? The points that I've understood well, I communicate much better. But where I have not understood, I'll be saying the right words, but it won't get communicated. So you cannot communicate something, or you can't make others understand what you've not understood. So, what is authenticity? This is these three areas. So, recognize within you what all that you have done, what all that you have practiced, and what all you have understood, and participate in the by supporting the learning process of the next generation on basis of this. This is being authentic. Why is this relevant? Because right now there is a very prevalent practice, and we call this management. Modern day management is quite a bit about making others do what you've not done, making others practice what you've not practiced, and making others understand what you've not understood. It's a power game, because I am in that seat and therefore I will. So that's domination. Not to say that all managers are like that. There will be some good examples also, but this is what is observed. Anyway, any questions? Any clarification? Yes.
So, as you said that like management is taken as like that. So, supervision is another term.
Yeah.
Supervision is also. So, recently I was struggling in my work with people who had degrees and people were made supervisor of people who were working for 10 years.
Yeah.
And it was so hard for me to get this thing. They can't supervise them, but like my sir and madam are very, I think they can think a lot, and then they have this vision also. But they said that education provides them certain abilities to look over, but the abilities which they had were of typing and knowing English, which the people at the field would understand. But it is so hard to, and then it is taken as a very right way.
I'll give another example. When I was studying mechanical engineering. So some of my batchmates went into actual, which is very surprising, actual mechanical engineering jobs. Right? So after studying from IT, nobody goes into an engineering job. They all go into that. But they went into actual mechanical engineering jobs. And because of their IIT degree, in the workshops, they were the supervisors. Right? And under them were the artisans who were doing, or the technicians. Right? And this supervisor, who's got the IIT engineering degree, doesn't know ABC of what is happening on the floor. They would share that I have no clue what they're doing. Like they would go into the car workshop and all the engine things and things like that. They knew theory. But what actually has to be done? So now there is no way they can supervise that work. No? Whether this engine has been fixed properly or not, how will they know? So they would sit on a computer and a phone, talk to customers or talk to bosses or things like that. That is the only work they can do, no technical work they can do. So that is an example of making others do what you don't know.
And that is called?
Management, supervision.
Okay.
And
Just one question. So these three aspects are of varying degrees, which can be there. So I could inspire someone to do what I'm doing, even though I may not be an expert in that field.
You have to be better than that person in that.
Got it. Okay. So the final stage is like whatever. So in between also we could be
In many levels.
Yeah.
Basically, to help somebody learn these things, you have to be better than them in that. No? Then only they can learn from you.
And they can be in between two people, they can be learning from each other also.
Of course, in many fields.
I may be better, I'm not best in both, and the person I'm working with may be good at something else.
Right.
So exchange
That's a very
both
important
sides.
value.
That's
Actually.
more collaborative.
Yeah, that value is called admiration. What is admiration? That in this domain, this person is like, say, Drishta is better at presenting values than me. If I acknowledge this, what will be the feeling? The feeling which I have for her is admiration. I admire. What does this result in my conduct? It results that I want to learn from her. I have the tendency to learn from her how to present. Okay. Veda has a tendency, value of looking after, really caring, how to care for people. So that I can learn from. I have different qualities. So in a family, everybody has in some domain, more quality than the others in that domain. So in that domain, we will follow their lead. In a different domain, they'll follow my lead. In a different domain, we'll follow somebody else. So everybody gets to lead in the family or any collective. Right? That is right now what is happening, because it is authority centric. So whoever has the authority will make decisions about everything. Like a patriarch in the family will decide what is to be eaten, what is to be worn, or which school is to be admitted, the children have to be admitted. All the decisions are taken by one central authority. Nobody else gets a chance to express their expertise in any area. That is the structure, traditional structure.
Yeah, but here also I see in some cases where there's one person, one authority, but if say family or a place of work, if everybody expresses their, say on any decision that needs to be taken, the person who's in the authority hears everybody and then, then takes a call, because one person has to decide. If it's left to everybody a decision, it's like hearing everyone and then making sense of, okay, I think this is what we should do.
It is better than taking decision alone,
Right.
but this is also not complete.
The best, yes, for sure.
It's like mafia. All the mafias together. They have to decide on one person.
I'll have to beep out all the mafia references from this record. Okay. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we started in the morning, we started with the humane conduct. We started with 3 areas of humane conduct or humans conduct. These are relationships which are one-to-one, where responsible conduct was based on values, and the value was justice or nyaya, and then we went to the detail of nyaya, and this till now we were talking about the detail of nyaya. Now going to the next step, the next area of conduct is the social sphere, right? Which is one to many, as Shabbat likes to put it. Basically, this is how we conduct ourselves in a social group, right? And the main objective of this is to create a sense of security. From my conduct, if people feel secure, that is how you provide security in society. It is a discipline or ethical conduct. A conduct which is based on discipline. What is that discipline? So in absence of this heading needs to be there. Anyway. So this is the responsible conduct. So one is righteous wealth. In absence of righteous wealth, you will have illicit wealth. What are the means of procuring righteous wealth? Earned wealth, gifts and awards. Okay, what is earned wealth? That we earn through our work. What work? The humane occupation work. That is our righteous wealth. Okay. We talked about humane occupation. What are gifts? In the harmonious relationships and for justice, we give our relatives some wealth or some facilities. Like for example, children get all the facilities because of their parents, because they don't earn any wealth right now. But the gifts which they get from their parents or from their family is their righteous wealth. So in relationships, for the harmony, not for exploitation, when gifts are offered or given to fulfill certain needs, that is called righteous wealth. Earned wealth is also righteous wealth, and gifts are also righteous wealth. The important thing to understand is, if your wealth is earned wealth, then only you are entitled to get the wealth. Illicit wealth doesn't allow you to give. That doesn't really qualify as. Right? Then there are awards. What are awards? That in the society, if you are doing something which is beneficial for the society, you are doing some exceptional work, and the society decides to reward you for that, so that that work is promoted. The reward is not for your promotion, it is promotion for that good work. Like somebody is doing good work in education, some facilities are more provided so that that education program spreads. So such awards are also righteous. The difference between gifts and awards is, gifts are given in the expectation that like for example to children we are giving the things, that they'll grow up and live with their rightful conduct. Okay? Whereas awards are given on the basis of evidence of right conduct. Okay? That is the difference. One is an expectation and the other is on basis of evidence. So this is in terms of wealth. And wealth determines one part of the ethical conduct. Where is our wealth coming from? Right? These are the only three ways of righteous wealth. All the rest are illicit.
I think this has the space to come under a misconception that we are talking about this should be done and that should not be done.
Right.
But actually what this is saying is that given the nature of existence, this is what is needed for harmony, and that the absence is unneeded for harmony.
But will lead
We
to
and
desire.
if we can, it's needed and unneeded, and that means that we can also understand why it is needed or why it is unneeded. We don't have to take it on blind faith of this should be done or that should be
Right.
done.
That's true for anything that we are saying here. It needs to be understood. The need has to be identified by each individual. Similarly, righteous spouse. So in absence of righteous spouse, there is illicit relationship. And the means of this is one spouse discipline. So again, this is for harmony. If we have multiple partners, then it leads to disharmony. Because the emotional sides of each, and there is expectation of some sort of loyalty, there is expectation of trust. When trust is broken, this is called disloyalty. Right? These are the issues which are involved. So trust is a very important factor in this relationship. Right? This is the fundamental of the spouse relationship, the trust. So one spouse discipline is very important. Which is to say, like if one loses a spouse for some reason, it is not that one can have another spouse, but at one time one spouse. And it has long-term consequences also, because you are co-creating. You are together in a journey where you are creating a family, you are fine-tuning your conducts, you are raising your awarenesses. So there is a long-term impact on each other. And if we move away from this conduct, this causes disharmony in the relationship. This causes doubt. It causes distrust, insecurity, and therefore fear. These are the kind of things which happen. So this one spouse discipline is the way to harmony. And this is also relevant for, say, we are in a workspace, like we are here. This is an institutional interaction. So here we all are sitting together. We are not here for searching for a spouse or anything. We all have our spouses and everything. Some are here together, some are independent. So those interactions here are not relevant. If somebody is indisciplined in this and goes into an illicit relationship here, it will cause insecurity in many others. It will make people feel insecure and unsafe. That's why that ICC thing was talked about in the beginning. So, the righteous spouse is one spouse discipline. Yes.
So just to clear that, not having a spouse, or also maybe I'm not clear, but like they are saying that humans are polygamous or monogamous. They debate on that, and both of these things. Is it a conduct? It's a faulty conduct.
So they talk about that, but where is that coming from? It is coming from a materialism philosophy. So if you only base the body there, then those observations, and animals are also body, and you observe that this is happening in nature. So those reasonings are given. that is very. Second thing is, even if you don't have a spouse, this discipline is very important. This sometimes we miss. This discipline is important even if you don't have a spouse. So, and lastly, kind behavior and work. This kind behavior and work that we talk about isn't the domain of, like, work we talked about was in human nature relationship, behavior was human-human relationship. So let's take human nature relationship first. So, like, we are living here, right, in this campus. And if we just step out, or sometimes some insects comes in, sometimes some lizard will come in, sometimes some scorpion will come in, some snakes will come in, or we spot them outside. They're doing their own thing. And most often, they're not a danger to us. But we have a tendency to kill them without them being a danger to us. That why? Because we perceive them with fear. So we have some insecurities inside and we perceive them from fear. Or there are also instances where we find entertainment in killing. That also has been a tendency, like game hunting was an entertainment. Right? Our own family, we saw the first time we went to one house of our relatives. On the wall there were 4 animals' heads which were put. So, lot of killing was done for entertainment. So the definition which I had told about kindness was not interfering in any entity's development. So they are doing their own work, let them do. Nature has got many things and they are doing their work. You don't have to interfere. That is the first level of kindness. Then there are some professions in which we engage with animals to do for our occupation, to earn our living, like dairy or wool or things like that. Right? Now when we are doing this, the second level of kindness, which is supporting somebody's development, is the second definition of kindness in the domain of human nature relationship or human animal relationship. Okay. So when we did that table of the 4 orders, under the dharma or the, what was the word we used for the English word for dharma?
Order.
Order. It was will to live, right? What happened?
This is order.
Right. So will to live is the characteristic which defines animals, and that it is manifested in 2 forms. This will to live, animals manifest in 2 forms, which is, one is they will do anything and everything to maintain their bodies, which is to survive, right? And the second objective is, if you look at their activity, either it is for maintaining their body or it is maintaining their progeny. They are doing either something for their offspring or they are doing something for their body. So any activity of animals, you see, the final goals are only these 2. And this ensures that will to live. Why we call that looking after the offspring as will to live? Because that species is trying self-preservation. Its progeny is its own extension. Continuity of that species is very important for the animal. So now when we are doing work with it, if we don't violate these two objectives, one is its body and the other is taking care of its offspring, that would qualify as supporting the development of the animals. So that would be the second act of kindness. This is much more than just not interfering in the development of the animal. Okay. These two. Then we come to kind behavior. So if we don't have kind work and behavior, then we have cruel work and behavior. So now we have qualified damaging animal's body is cruelty, damaging their offspring is cruelty. So depriving them, like cow's calf, of milk is cruelty. If you want to take milk, you have to take care of the cow's body as well as its offspring. When both their needs are fulfilled, then we take the balance. That is also possible. Okay. Then we come to the humans. The human definition she gave, that where there is a need, but that person or group of persons lacks the capability to fulfill their need, then helping them fulfill their need is called kindness. So this kindness can be again of two kinds. One in terms of the body and the other in terms of the conscious Jeevan. So in terms of the body, what are the body's needs? The facilities. So food, clothing, shelter. So somebody has the need for food but doesn't have capability to fulfill that need. Giving food to such a person will also be an act of kindness. Right? Then somebody has the need for, say, clothing but doesn't have the ability to fulfill that, giving them clothes. Somebody has need for shelter, giving them shelter. Again, that is an act of kindness. But these are very small compared to the second one, which is the kindness in terms of the conscious or the Jeevan. So somebody, what is the need for the conscious? It is knowledge, it is evidence, it is the well-being of the conscious. So they have this need, they have acknowledged, they have realized awareness of this need. So they want to be educated. So helping them in that process would be the act of kindness. Okay. So here the term cruelty also comes. I had mentioned it yesterday. Cruelty is defined here as, there are three assets that we have: mind, body and wealth. Damaging somebody's wealth or their resources, like sometimes children do not, like they don't like somebody and they'll tear their notebook or break their pencil or something. This is also an act of cruelty. Elders do it in much worse, like what Israel is doing on Palestine. Destroying all the hospitals, schools, universities. Then damaging somebody's body, physical violence, physical abuse. This is also act of cruelty. And third, damaging somebody's mental health. Right? Making fun of somebody, teasing someone unnecessarily. When the other person is not receptive to it, like there can be a teasing which is like a fun thing between friends, but we must be sensitive to the fact that is the person accepting it as fun? It might be fun for me but not for the other person. That is not fun, that is cruelty. Abusing somebody, discriminating, right? All these are acts of cruelty. Damaging somebody's mental health. So these three define the ethics. And in absence of these three, we end up creating an insecure environment. So suppose we are abiding by all these three, all of us work together here, and look at this. If we were on the last column and we all are living like this, won't we feel secure with each other? And suppose some of us were here in this pink column. won't this cause insecurity amongst the rest of us? So for society, this is very important. We want a secure society. So this, making sure my conduct is in alignment with this is very important. Otherwise, we end up creating insecurity for the others. So this whole ethics is about my conduct inspiring sense of security in people around me. That's the essence of this whole thing. And my conduct, nothing is there which will cause insecurity. So, any clarification on this?
So we talked about the humane values earlier, and now we're talking about the humane conduct. I'm slightly confused in linking the two. So there were quite a few, 6 or 7 humane values.
Human values.
Yeah, human values.
Human values were patience, courage, generosity.
Kindness.
Yeah. Kindness, benevolence, and compassion.
So how is this slide or this humane conduct?
So we started with about the humane conduct. Humane conduct. Humane conduct. The conduct has 3 areas. One is relationships, one is social spheres, one is institutional conduct. So when we talked about values, this was in reference to relationships. Right? Now we are talking about this. And after this we'll be talking about this. Okay, those human values were under this. Okay. Then the third section is, you have a question, sir?
फिशरी बिजनेस फिशरी को कैसे देखेंगे? क्रूअल और बिहेवियर
So this is not meant for evaluation of my evaluation on others' conduct. This whole exercise is meant for my evaluation of my own conduct. So if I am doing something, I have to evaluate on these principles if I want to, that also. Right? And the principle is clear.
Actually, one more thing is that there is a difference between what we call evaluation and what we use as the word judgment. When we're judging others, there is a feeling of rejection involved. Whenever there is a feeling of rejection involved, that means somewhere or the other, either I've over-evaluated something or under-evaluated or mis-evaluated. When you evaluate, there is only acceptance. Okay, this is what is needed, this is where we are. So something is missing, that can be completed. There is no rejection involved in this sort of view. Whereas in judgment, it will be like, this much they're doing wrong. You know, what are they even doing? Only this much. So it's an over-evaluation of what is missing, under-evaluation of what is there, and therefore there is rejection.
But I would just bring another context. Like if a young person is choosing is in the position to choose an occupation, they would need to decide am I doing the right, which avenue should I take. In that way also they would need to evaluate.
Yeah, so but
And what is the earned wealth, what is...
Yeah. So it is for the person to evaluate, right?
For
There's no recommendation you have to do this or not do this.
हाँ वो तो है.
That's she was.
So like if she is asking like fishery, how do we see that? Now imagine that this is a student who is asking, who probably lives on the coast or something. And says, should I go into this line or not?
So what I would, or where I start from is that lot of these occupations are traditional occupations. And today's circumstances are that if you don't get into say that occupation, then you will not be able to earn your living. So you might not have the choice. So you have to decide, do you have a choice? Can you earn your living? So it is up to the person to decide. There is no prescription on this. Here is the principle, and if I understand the principle, at times, even though I know the principle, the circumstances sometimes don't allow one to do something. So we need to be able to see that. So let's leave it on the personal decision or the collective decision.
In each situation, we should also remember that kindness to animals, if it's coming at the cost of kindness to the humans around us, then it's not actually kindness.
That, yeah.
When we're, rejecting, say, what our parents have been doing, or where people, because that can happen in such situations.
So this, and another angle to this is like, here all this we are talking about so that we can live in harmony. So even suppose we are looking at somebody who is doing say fishery or doing animal rearing for selling meat or something like that. Like Krishna said, if we are seeking harmony, then we must understand how this person has ended up. It is not the problem of the person, it is the problem of the prevailing systems. That is what we need to understand. If this child who was born, this person who is right now an adult and doing this occupation, when it was a child, it was totally innocent. It did not have any of these things. How did they come into this person? Because of the conditioning that it received. Because of the systems prevalent around. So the person is not to be blamed right now. We have to understand this. This is the system. We want to, if we feel this is the need of the time that we need to change this, then the system needs to be evolved. Go from here to that place where we don't need to kill anything to eat.
Similarly with soldiers.
Similarly, soldiers or things like right now, it is one of the important occupations. So when we are seeking harmony, then we are not giving primacy to the shortcomings. We are giving primacy to what is right, till what place it is right, and then proposing the complete thing. And then in the combination of the person's will to harmonize themselves and the circumstances, in the combination of that, they'll be able to decide. Maybe one generation, 2 generations, maybe might take 5 generations to change this. So when we talk about policy, it is in the present times, if you look at policy, it's totally got lost in the minute details which are there. Like today, if a Supreme Court Chief Justice has to decide on any policy, whether this was done according to policy or not, he or she needs a team of at least 50 lawyers to do a research and tell him what is actually applicable in these particular circumstances. It's so complicated. No citizen can determine what is the right policy over here. And a lot of people in power take advantage of this. Right? Look at the judgments. Lower court is saying this person should be hanged. Higher court is saying this person should be freed. I mean, both are justice systems. Both are giving judgment on basis of some written code. And one is saying this person should be killed, and another is saying it should be set free. Not even close. So it's become such a jungle, the policy with present times, that it's just absurd at times.
It's not a jungle, jungles are orderly.
Good point. So what is the policy in the human order? For the human order. When we work as institution, when we work as organizations, when we work in orderly manner, in structured manner. So the policy is just one line. And it is applicable in every dimension, which is very simple. It is right utilization and protection of assets. And assets are only three: mind, body and wealth, in institutional participation. Family is an institution, village is an institution, school is an institution, your municipal corporation is an institution, governments are an institution, UN is an institution, everywhere. These are all institutions. Let me ask you one simple question. Out of the mind, body and wealth, which is of the highest priority? Highest priority. Mind?
Body also.
Body. What does everybody say? So how many for the mind? Just raise it. Who think mind is the highest priority? And what do others? Most. What do you guys think? Body is the highest priority. Okay. And if you look at our lifestyles, before that, what is of the second highest priority? Body. And the last is wealth. And now look at our lifestyles. Which is of the highest priority? Second, last, right? So that is the state of affairs right now. We think in one manner and live in another manner. This conflict in the internal and the external, that is our biggest trouble. So how do you think, what is the right utilization of mind? This is not point wise, so let's just fill it. The animation has got shorter. So use of mind for living with humanness is the right utilization of mind. How do we all have a mind. How do we utilize it in the right manner? By using it for living with humanness. That is the right utilization of mind. Living with inhumanness would be the wrong utilization. How do you protect mind? By spiritual realization. By becoming knowledgeable, becoming aware. That's the only way to protect your mind. What is the right utilization of body? Doing useful production work and service. Or production more than the need for consumption. So if we are producing more than the net consumption that we talked about, the need for occupation we talked about. So this is the right utilization of the body. If we are producing less than what you are consuming, this is deficient utilization of the body, which is most of the urban people. How do you protect it? Health education, nutrition, hygiene, and self-discipline, and planetary balance. This is the only way to protect the world. If the planetary balance is not there, climate change takes place, tsunamis and whatnot come, we'll all suffer the consequences. Forest fires, cyclones, tornadoes, landslides, flash floods, all these are happening because of the climate change. So planetary balance is getting disturbed. That will all harm. Then health, education, nutrition, hygiene, and self-discipline. So understanding about health is important. When we fall sick, what do we have to do? Where do we have to approach? Then maintaining our hygiene and maintaining self-discipline in our lifestyles. These are the ways of protecting our health, our body. What is the right utilization of wealth? Consumption, utilization for family needs, utilization of remaining for larger good for the society, and investment for continuity of process. I'll just explain all these. In 2008, I started agriculture, right? And we had a piece of land in Uttarakhand in a district called Roorkee, in my mother's village. I bought some land and started agriculture. And the first crop that we took was of rice, paddy. And after, when the harvest came, and after we gave everybody's share for cutting and taking care of that, and all that shares were given, what was left with us was about 40 quintals of paddy. Quintal is 100 kg. So 4 tons of paddy. 4,000 kgs of paddy. So, and we are a family of 4. We eat rice and chapati both. So the consumption is about 50% in every meal because rest is chapati. So over a year we calculated we needed about 50-60 kgs of rice. So I thought, okay, 50-60 kgs of rice is about 1 quintal of paddy. So 1 quintal for consumption, right? And how much was the production? 40 quintals. How will you feel about this? One crop has given you 40 times than you can consume in a year. Then the next crop will give. So it gives you a feeling of abundance, right? At that time, paddy being sold in the market was for about 800 rupees a kg, 800 rupees a quintal. The total cost is around 32,000. And how does that make you feel? Very less. So, the facility actually is the paddy, not the wealth, money. Money is a symbolic currency. The moment you convert it to symbol, the value is diminishes and only cost is made. And cost doesn't give you any confidence because just a number, and any number you have, you feel there should at least be one more zero against it. It should not be 32,000, it should be 3,20,000. Then maybe. But if you have 3,20,000, you feel another zero should be there. So whatever bank balance you have, you must have felt this. Whenever you look at that bank statement on a computer screen, that number you sometimes wish then maybe there was another zero. It would be better. So those numbers never give you the feeling of abundance. So therefore they can never give you a feeling of prosperity. It is the actual real objects, because paddy which gives rice can only be eaten in that much quantity. We just need 100 kgs of paddy for our family, and there is 40 quintals, 40 times that, which gives us. Anyway, so that is consumption. What we are going to eat, that is paddy can be eaten. Eating is consumption, direct consuming, that is our consumption. Then the second is utilization for family. So we are not only going to eat rice, we will also eat other things. and maybe for food and clothing and shelter also we need some. So from that we decided to sell about 35 quintals of paddy, so that the money we get will take care of some other requirements of it. So in exchange of paddy, we are fulfilling some other needs. By exchanging paddy, we are able to get some other things. This is utilization for family needs. Okay. So now we have 4 quintals. Out of which about half a quintal we needed for seeds for the next year. Because if we don't keep seeds, I will have to go and buy. Right? This is the last one. Invest for continuity of the process. If we have the seed, we will be able to have another crop. If we don't have the seed, suppose all the humankind grows rice and eats all of it, then there is no seed left. Right? So we have to keep some for that. So we have to invest for the continuity. This is the what we call the criteria for truth. Comparison for truth. This is the truth, continuity of the process. Right? This is example of that. So half a quintal has gone for that. Now we still have 3.5 quintals left. What does one do with that? In terms of money, this is the savings that we have. Right? Your whatever consumptions and whatever other expenses have been taken care of. Now there is some balance left. Like your salary is say 1 lakh rupees and you've used up 80,000 rupees for covering all the expenses. Now you have 20,000. That's your savings. In the terms of money, it is in the account as a number. But what do you do with this? 3.5 quintals of paddy. 350 kg of paddy. So here, there is an option that this can be given for the betterment of the society. Right? And this has been taught in tradition also in several ways. Right? If you remember, in Sikhism they have talked about 1/10 of your earnings has to be given for the community. Right? And lot of other places it is being talked about. Right? What happens when you give it for the society? Like we didn't at that time, but we could have easily given it to the school which is having, the village school which is having midday meals. So what does that lead to? It leads to security. Why? Because once you start giving to the community starts to give. The economics of generosity. That kicks in immediately. So in the savings thing, what you're doing, you're actually taking out wealth from the economic cycle. All that your savings are, they are actually not participating in the economic activity. Only those things which are going cyclically from one person to the other, to the other, to the other, are doing the participating in the economic cycle. So extraction and what we call savings or hoarding of wealth is actually damaging to the economy. To compensate this damage, we have to damage the ecology further. We have to exploit more resources to bring in wealth. So what is happening today is, in the economic cycle, there are people who are taking out wealth from here. That's how they're becoming billionaires, millionaires and billionaires. And this is reducing the amount of wealth which is doing rounds in the economic cycle. To compensate this reducing wealth, we exploit the natural resources further. So this activity of extracting and hoarding is damaging the planet. This utilization of remaining for larger good of society is the right utilization, and this leads to protection. It not only protects me, but it also protects the society, the community where this is gone with this scheme. It also protects the nature, because it's back in the cycle. This wealth is circulating in the economic cycle. The economic cycle has to be maintained by making as much material wealth, just keep moving in the cycle from one person to the other, to the other, to the other. We are just to exchange and use your little bit, pass it on. Use your little bit, pass it on. That is the mechanism. So that is the right utilization of wealth. What is protection? So we have to consume, say, 60 kgs of rice, which we are going to keep. Every day we'll make, say, 100 grams, 200 grams of rice in our house. So while we are storing this rest of the rice, we must protect it also from insects, from humidity, from rats and all those things. So protection is needed in storage. The paddy that we sold, right? It needs to go down. So it will travel from one place, from the agricultural field to the go down. So transportation is there, it needs to be protected there. Like for example, Government of India collects the paddy from wherever it is being produced, or wheat, grains. The Food Corporation of India, which is a Government of India entity, it procures the grains for the PDS system. So they are storing also and transporting also. There is such a huge amount of wastage in the storage as well as transportation. And in the storage, most of this grain goes waste. It starts to ferment. Then they ask all the distilleries which make alcohol, they tell them, come collect this grain from here and we'll pay you this much per kg to take it away from us. This is what is going on in our country. So all the grain which is rotting in the FCI godowns, there is a tender where people are asked to come and take this rotting thing because managing it is so difficult. And the government pays them for taking it out. So this is a kind of a cycle which promotes wastage, rotting of the grain, so that those distilleries get this grain and also money, the government. Anyway, coming back to this. So it has to be protected while storing as well as while it's being transported. And the third protection is of the soil. Like I'm doing agriculture, my agriculture field, its fertility need to be protected, because that is what is giving me the rice or the other crops. If I don't protect the fertility, then after some time I will be deprived of the crops. This is what Punjab is facing right now. Right? Lot of land has gone barren because overuse of chemical fertilizers. The water resources, like if you go to Western UP where sugarcane is grown, 24 hours those tube wells are working, pumping water from underground and throwing them in your sugarcane fields. And all that water is evaporating or flowing away. And then water is also being consumed by the sugarcane, which is going to the sugarcane industry where they cook it, so it becomes water vapor and water. So our underground water resources are getting depleted. So the water table is falling. Every city you hear about, every area you hear about, the water table is going down. So we have to protect these resources also. We only have to consume that much which does not deplete the resource. Because if it is depleting, it will finish. So that sense of balance has to come. We have to recharge our water resources. We should have ponds. What those ponds do? They allow percolation of water to the underground slowly. All those practices have disappeared. So now we have water crisis everywhere, every city, from Chennai to Bangalore to all the cities. Delhi is right now fighting cases with Haryana government and Punjab government and UP government because Delhi desperately needs water. and the water comes from the Himalayas through these states. So these states say we won't give you. So all this is good. So protection of the sources. Absence of policy in social institutions results in exploitation, struggle and war. So if there is exploitation by say government or school or industry is also an industry institution. This will lead to the divide of rich and poor is there because of wrong policies in the institutions. Right now, all the wealth of a nation like ours is being sent towards the top end. It's being sucked up from the bottom and to the top end. So about 1 lakh people in India own about 70-80% of the wealth of India. And there's a huge population which can't even get 2 square meals. Because of the wrong policy. So what happens? As a result of this, struggle starts. So you'll have terrorism, Naxalism, and all that. These are consequences of wrong policies. All the activism, protest, all these things are in reaction to these wrong policies. And we know every struggle ends in a war. And the war, there is only one thumb rule. Might is right. So all the wars taking place, whether it's for the resources or it is for the belief, is because of the wrong policy. We are not able to ensure this simple life. Right utilization and protection of mind, body and wealth. Any questions?
So we just discussed policy and the way it is talked about contemporarily, or how we are even looking at the examples just now. Actually, we're looking at the largest manifestation, the largest consequence at the level of nation, at the level of the planet. But where does it start from? So right utilization and protection of our 3 resources is something that we have to take decisions about, that we have to have a policy about from the level of our very individual being. So what do I do with my mind, with my body and my wealth, even as a child? In fact, when we are looking at the school curriculum based on this, from class 1 we start thinking about this. At the level of a class 1 student, what is their policy of right utilization and protection? It is to draw their attention to the fact that there are some things that belong to them, their pencil box, their notebooks, their clothes, and that...
Their classroom.
No, not class 1.
Not
That's class 3, 4. Slowly grows, no? You can't just jump from myself to nation.
Yeah.
It has to grow very sequentially.
Yes.
But what are we growing? What is there under my responsibility? What am I taking care of? That the scope of that grows. So, as a 5-6-year-old child, what is under your responsibility is just your pencil and notebook maybe. Even your clothes your parents are taking care of. So then what is the right use of my maybe whatever stationery, and what is the protection of that stationery? So that's where it starts. Then what is that comes under wealth. Mind and body, like it starts with the gross and slowly you draw their attention towards the more subtle. It's another whole study of how we actually at every level we are taking policy decisions. From the level of my individual to the level of family, to the village, community, or whatever neighborhood, to the larger community, up to the level of nation and then humankind. So my mind, my body, my wealth. My family is mind, body and wealth. My community is mind, body and wealth. At every step, every day, when we take a decision, we have to decide what is the right. We are always deciding actually. We don't have a steady basis, but we are constantly taking these decisions. Or what is the right utilization? What is the best utilization of my time just now? Where should I put my attention just now? That is the right utilization of my mind. What should I do with my body just now? Is that the right utilization? Will that protect it? So at every step, every decision that we take as individuals, as families, as communities, as states and as humankind, policy is relevant. And so it is relevant for all of us to understand what is right utilization and what is protection of these three resources.
Yeah. And to add to that, policies are what translate into processes. In a system like humans, institution is a human created system. So if you have the right policy, so how to protect, say, wealth? Like I'm talking about, say, consumption, utilization of family needs. So you need to have a process to implement this process. So this leads to processes. And process at the individual level, at the family level, at the community level. Like if you were to...
Yeah, brushing your teeth every morning.
Yeah. So that is protection of your body. It's a process. You are cleaning, maintaining hygiene of your body, taking a bath, brushing your teeth, cutting your nails, things like that, keeping your clothes clean. Now you can do it randomly also, and you can do it in a disciplined manner also, right? Because these are not the only things, there are many other things. So processes help us to systemize things, make us more efficient taking care of all these things. That's how policies translate into processes, processes translate into systems, and they allow the humans to have achievements. So a policy for, say, taking care of your material goods at individual level, there will be some processes for that. But at a family level, they will change a little. At a community level, they will be very different. But the policy would be same, processes would be different. That's why systemic processes are a very important part of living as a human being. Yes, take the mic.
In health, many policies are made, and there is a huge problem of implementation in health. So, what I see as in primary healthcare, that Anganwadi system and everything they have made. Sometimes we realize that the idea is not bad, but kuch bhi kar lo, the implementation doesn't happen. So is the policy wrong? Is the idea wrong? What is that?
So this is, I mean, we'll come to the policy, the quality of the policy later on, but let's assume that the policy is right. Like for example, what we are doing in our country right now, or not right now, for several years since independence is, we are introducing techniques and technology without, and policies without backing it up with proper education system, without raising awareness for it. So we have introduced, say, two-wheelers, but we have not educated people about how to move in traffic. So what does it lead to? Chaos. We have introduced information technology, we have not introduced education for it, right utilization, protection.
So it is very true, the villages I work in, literacy is very, very low.
Yeah.
And if we mark the literacy also, it is just writing their name. So
not only the villages, your workers who meant for in Anganwadi workers, your doctors, most of them don't realize what is the right policy. The education is not there for it, no. So they are just making second guessing this is what I have to do, plus the convenience, personal conveniences. So in combination of that, they do what they do.
Can we make a policy without, my understanding was that policy can be made only after understanding of a human being. Without understanding a human being, a human policy cannot be made. So the problem I see in the current, whatever we call it after independence, is like the understanding of human being is incomplete.
Right.
And that is the cause that those policies are made.
Right, absolutely. That's why I said, let's say assume the problem is not in the policy. That's an assumption, but this is right. If we consider the policies, they are coming from a very different worldview, which has no reference to the human being. Yeah. Where is the mic? Where was the mic? Pass. No, wait. Please got it.
Right, actually the policy, where it's coming from just now, is interesting. It connects us to the authoritarian.
Yeah.
The policy is not right utilization, because we don't know what is right for humans. And it is not protection, because we do not know what is to be protected and why.
World is a resource.
Yeah. So
consumption is happiness. Everything is a resource, and consumption is happiness.
So we do not know right utilization, therefore we also don't know why to protect. Therefore we don't know how to protect. Why don't we know what is right and why don't we know why to protect? Is because we don't understand the value. We don't understand the value of human beings. We don't understand the value therefore of bodies, and therefore we don't understand the value of wealth. If we don't understand the value of something, then how will we evaluate it and then utilize it accordingly? And how will we protect it? We will do something with it. That will be based on some belief of ours.
Right.
But our beliefs cannot be in tune with each other at all times, because we're all coming from different places. We will all have different beliefs. Oh, this is very useful. No, this is not as useful. Oh, this person, these kind of people are very important. No, they are less important. Those people are more important. We will all have differences in such kinds of beliefs until we actually understand the real value of people, the real value of the human body, the real value of different physical resources. So in the absence of an understanding of values, and therefore in the absence of evaluation, we end up resorting to fear and greed. And fear and greed also functions through a top-down authoritarian model of functioning. So most policy is a top-down authoritarian rule, and its processes are based on fear and greed. We need to go from this authoritarian fear-greed model of systems and policy to a value and evaluation based model. And this is true from the level of the global United Nations to the level of nations and their laws, down to the level of the family. Even there we have authoritarian rule and fear and greed in action.
Okay. So there are many more slides, but I won't go through all of them. I will show you and talk about them. So, order in human collective.
We've done it.
Huh? Okay. So we are a collective. If we want to be in harmony or in an orderly manner, if we want to function, would it be self-motivated, self-regulated, or imposed? Self-regulated. Power-centric order is basically based on three premises. That one can stop mistakes by committing mistakes. The child has made a mistake, So we will scold it, punish it, whatever. That's the second mistake. So trying to stop mistakes with mistakes. Stopping crimes with crimes. So somebody has committed a crime, will commit a crime. And third is stopping war with war. Okay. So, and this approach has been there since prehistoric times. Humans have always only used this methodology. Now we face some situation, and if it is effective, then it will yield some results. Obviously. So, and we have been using these mechanisms from them. So, from prehistoric times, we have been trying to stop mistakes through mistakes, crimes through crimes, and wars through wars. So, mistakes must have reduced. Have they reduced? In our daily conduct, are humans committing less mistakes or more mistakes? More. Are we committing less crimes or more crimes? And the trying to stop crime through crime, the number of jails, number of punishment, harsher punishments, these have all increased. Right? Trying to stop war with war. So when we look at it, we realize this is not working. So why it is not working? Because there is no effort to study the situation and understand the causality of it. The causality of it is what we mentioned from the first day, ignorance of the human. The ignorance in the humans is the causality of mistakes, crimes and war. So maybe a person who is now habituated in doing crimes might not change, might not be ready for education. But this whole thing of every new generation which is being born is going towards this tendency of committing the same mistakes which we were committing earlier, same crimes that previous generations have committed, same wars that previous generations have fought. So there is no education to make them see this doesn't work. We keep promoting this again and again and again. And to implement this, we need power centers. To stop mistakes in the family, the one with the authority uses that. And parents have the authority, so they try to stop it. In the society, the police or whatever, the administration have the authority. And in the wars, whatever nations are fighting, they have the authority. So there are some power centers in this. So basis of voluntary order in humans. What is that? Education of evidence, knowledge and evidence. And this leads, sorry, that was too quick. So education is the only way we can achieve the self-regulated order, where each and every person is self-organized and therefore participating in the larger order, which is the definition of coexistence.
Sorry, one second. So that education, and what is education except knowledge and evidence? Knowledge of what and evidence of what? So in order to be able to live in harmonious order among humans, we need to have the knowledge and evidence of our common purpose and therefore our shared values. Then our social organization, our orders, our systems can be based on values and evaluation.
Right. So society is organized into 10 levels in this, the social order which comes out of Jeevan Vidya. The society is organized into 10 levels with families living with prosperity and justice forming the fundamental unit of organization and decision making. Decision making is carried out through the assembly method. This is based on just relationships and honest participation. This is a representational system starting from family level, level 1, till international level, level 10. At every level there are only 10. A group of 10 families form the level 2 family association, in which a representative of each member family participates in deliberation and decision. So it's basically a system, like a family, say of 3 generations will have 10 people. And they will nominate one person as their representative from time to time. This nomination can change. But because it is 10 people only who are deciding, this can have a lot of discussion and deliberation, and it can be unanimous decision. Because 10 people sitting and deciding something, you know each other and you can decide something. But when there are 543 people sitting in a house building, what will they discuss and decide? Right? So in a family, we can suppose 10 people sit down in the family and they are knowledgeable and they are responsible, so they'll be able to sit down and discuss. Now from one family there is a representative who has been nominated, other family another represents similar family. So such 10 families form an assembly to make decisions about their neighborhood. So again 10 people sitting and deciding, so they can discuss every issue and resolve. At the next level, this assembly sends one representative, such 10 assemblies send their representative. So there is again an assembly of only 10 was sitting and talking about issues, say, of the larger neighborhood or local area. Right? And then one representative from this, and such 9 more, total 10, they sit and decide for, say, the district. So like this, in 10 years, you can cover the whole planet. What is the population of Earth right now?
8 billion.
Huh?
8 billion.
8 billion. This 10 by 10 is equal to how much? 10 billion.
Scale.
Stress on representative, not leader.
Yeah. So this is a nominated representative, not an elected representative. And because all 10 know each other at every level, therefore they work together and they understand issues and they are able to nominate whoever is, and they all have the background of harmonious knowledge and evidence in their conduct. Right? And the nominees also change with time to time.
And the meaning of representation versus leadership means that that person, say in our family, say we choose one person to represent us at the next level. That does not mean that that person is the one who has the final say on the decision of the family.
Right.
Brings it back.
It also means that he is or she is representing the needs and desires of everyone else, not choosing the desires of everyone else. So we are all listening and discussing together, and then one person compiles that and represents that decision to the next level. Rather than taking that decision, like I'll hear everyone out, then I'll do what I think is best. That is leadership or of some sort. This is representation. We will discuss as equals, and then I will just represent that at the next level.
So what you're saying is right. What it also does is, it takes the whatever the decision which has been made in, say, the family to the assembly of 10 families.
Yeah.
Now there are issues which are being talked about, and the response comes from other representatives that this what you represented does not fit like this modification issue. So now he comes back to the family.
Yeah.
So he is just making the communication happen between them. He is not making the decision sitting there. No, I will decide because I am the representative.
Somewhat like a spokesperson, but a little bit more of a, like not even a spokesman.
Not a spokesperson. Yeah. So he's the medium between the levels. So that way, if you see 10 by 10, you are connected with everyone in the world.
But when it will go to city level,
Use the mic.
you will not know each other.
Discuss.
Once it starts going at city level, you will not know each other personally.
So,
Right?
so you coming from certain education of harmony, and now you started a new assembly as form. So it will take you some time. Then you get to know. Knowing 10 people is, and you already are trained in harmonious conduct. That won't take too long. Right? So say a term for one nominee is for say 2 years. So they work together for 2 years or 4 years or 5 years. That times circumstances will decide. Right? It can't be too long or too short. It has to be optimal. That will be work. Right? Yes.
So at the current system, which is existing in the world also, the issue we face is local needs are different. When it comes to a nation level or a global level, there are so many factors. So even in this, when this is happening, how it will implement or how it take decisions?
Right now there is no representative system. We call it representative system. Say on an average in a parliamentary constituency, how many people are voting on an average?
70%, 60%.
No, not percentage, numbers. Say 5-6 lakhs? 50 lakhs?
10-15 lakhs.
Let's say 10 lakhs. Okay. I was even taking lesser than that. Say 10 lakh people are there in each constituency on an average. Now the person we are going to elect is going to represent 10 lakh people. Now suppose he wants to represent 10 lakh people. Okay. So, and let's say a group of, on an average the family is about 5-6 people, say 5 people. So even if he talks to one representative of the family, then still he has to talk to 2 lakh people. Right? And to talk to one person, if he takes out 10 minutes. So 10 minutes into 2 lakhs is how many days? Somebody do the calculation. There is somewhere. Do it in the calculator.
138 days.
How many days? So
138.
no.
No.
So that makes it 20 lakh minutes. 20 lakh minutes divided by 60. Divided by 24. First divided by 60, then divided by 24.
1388.
Huh?
1388
Days.
1388 days.
1388 days. Divided by 365?
Almost 4 years. Almost 4 years.
4 years. If this person is not doing anything else,
Not
just
sleeping.
talking 10 minutes, one after the other, then it will take 4 years.
No sleeping,
Huh?
eating.
He has to go to sleep also.
Sleep, toilet, bathing, nothing. No, not going to the parliament, nothing. He cannot do anything. He can never represent this constituency. So then he cannot represent the whole constituency. Who will he represent? He or she will represent only the people he or she knows. That's what they do. So they represent the people they know from their community, their caste, their religion, their whatever. Yeah, their. So it's not a representative system. So none of the concerns reach even the first level.
Also, we don't get to nominate the person who is standing for election, but
Right.
in this way we can nominate.
And imagine having some sort of a decision making, and to represent one person has to represent, it's actually a fight. There is no kind of civility left in it. Such a large constituency doesn't make any sense. So we need a multi-tiered system which is organized much better. Anyway, that will happen. So, for such a society or a community, planning, deliberation and decision making occurs in 5 dimensions of functioning. So to have a humane society, we need 5 systems. Education system, health system, production system, trade or exchange system, and justice system to regulate all this. This is more than sufficient to organize the whole world. Whether we are organizing, say, a small village or we are organizing the whole planet. These are the 5 systems needed. This is how it looks on planet Earth.
When you say exchange, it's all kinds of exchange.
Product and facilities, say products and services and goods. And also, yes, other exchanges also will be there. But here, this is for basically material.
Telecom, everything comes down.
Yes, yes. So the harmony in the 4 orders will lead to the human society, and the human society will have these 5. The society and societal order, that is when we work in organizational format, that is societal order. When we work in relationships, that is society, leads to culture, humane culture and humane civilization. Okay. I'll be sharing this slide later.
Done.
Basis of participation, remember we talked about this. Now this will make more sense. Knowledge, honesty or integrity leads to responsibility, leads to contribution or participation. Okay? And how you participate is through action. And human action is done in these 9 forms. One is the action which we do through our body, one is the action that we do through speech, and one is the action we do through our thoughts. One is the action that we do ourselves, that is doing. There is the action which we make others do that action, that is making others do. And the third is by giving our consent to things that are happening. That is also, we are also participating in that action through our consent. In this 9 forms of action, anything which is happening on planet Earth, we are connected with it. So we are connected to the Israel-Palestine war through our consent. Even though we feel my consent has not been taken, but if we are participating in this economic system and this political system, then government of India is supporting this war by Israel on Palestine. So our consent is there in it. They represent all of us. This itself, you want to, there is a book on this whole thing. The Jeevan realizes peace, it experiences peace. At the level of society, when we are able to evidence fearlessness, then the Jeevans experience contentment. And at the level of planet or our human nature relationship, we are able to evidence coexistence, then the Jeevan experiences bliss. So this is how happiness, peace, contentment, bliss, which were in the values table at the first column, Jeevan values. This is the Jeevan values. These are realized only when this is evidenced. This is evidenced as a human being, and this is realized as Jeevan. So our happiness is not a mere mental exercise. It has got to do with our living as a human being, as an individual, as resolution, as families, as prosperity, evidencing fearlessness as society, evidencing coexistence as humankind. Then we experience this. Okay. So this is a table which I am going to share now. Final 5 categories of human beings. Now on basis of this knowledge, or in absence of such knowledge, I said earlier, when I mentioned human, superhuman, supreme humans. So what are the categories? Okay. So there are 3 levels of human existence. One is subhuman, second is human, and third is human plus plus. Okay. There are 5 categories of humans: animalistic human, demonic human, human, superhuman or dev human, divine human or supreme human. The nature of animalistic human is helpless, deceit and cruelty. The animalistic human is here representing the one who lacks the self-confidence. So in them, helplessness is predominant. Okay. But they also show deceit and cruelty. But in the demonic human, cruelty is predominant. And deceit and helplessness are also there. Just reduce the font size by command minus. Yeah. Then human's nature is patience, courage and generosity. We mentioned this, we have already discussed. Right? The superhuman or dev humans, the nature is kindness and benevolence. And divine human, it is compassion. I must give a caution on this, that again this table is for evaluating yourself, not the others. You'll end up in a fight. Okay. And our aim is for we are seeking harmony, not a disharmony. So their perspectives or criteria for making decisions for the subhumans, the animalistic human likes, dislikes, healthy, unhealthy, or what we call suitable, unsuitable for health, and profit and loss. So both the categories of subhumans, they have this criteria. But the human, the criteria shifts to justice, dominant, righteousness, and truth. For the human, it becomes righteousness, dominant, justice, and truth. And for the divine human, the perspective is only of truth. The motives of the subhuman are food, rest, fear, and sex. These are the 4 things not material. Rest of comforts, you might say. Escaping from fear, seeking food and sex. Humans, these are basically, the star has been put, is for in service of universal good. It is basically, since they are living through justice for harmony, and for doing this through humane occupation, they have a need for wealth. For harmony, and for doing this through humane occupation, they have a need for wealth, but through righteous means, not through exploitative means. Okay. So that righteous wealth they seek. Second thing they seek is that the work they are doing should be carried forward by the future generation. So next generation takes up their work. This is called what is being represented here as people, so that the next generation takes it. It can be their own children or any next generation. And third is they need social recognition. Social recognition is what? That this harmonious work that I am doing, this should become popular. It should spread. So for that, social recognition should be given to them. Divine humans don't, what they're doing, they are not expecting anything in return. Dev human is only expecting recognition in return. And the human is expecting resources, people and recognition, all three. So that is the distinction. Mentality, what we call animal consciousness, the subhumans have animal consciousness, humans have human consciousness, Dev human has Dev consciousness or super consciousness, and divine humans have divine consciousness or supreme consciousness. Any terminology will have to fix.
But you don't want recognition, so doesn't that make you divine human?
Who?
You don't want recognition, no?
No, I really appreciate it. When people say something that we have understood or something like that, you explain it better. It does. So it is there. It is not as obvious as what is there in the subhuman, but it is there.
It's not same. It's just different perspective. So the animal one is basically putting the
Mic. This right behind.
There's one
right behind.
Abundance.
So the animal one basically puts the body, like bodily kind of sensations and gratifications first, right?
Yeah.
So, but like the culture is like steeped in ways to ensnare you in that way.
Yeah.
So it's like how to get. I mean, it's very hard to get out of it, right? Because everything is like enticing you towards that. So seems quite hard, no?
Yeah. But you know the way, no? You know the way out. It is hard, but that's the only way. Right?
So living differently and then educating,
Yes.
inspiring the next whoever sees.
Creating learning environments, living by example. This is the only way.
Is there a reason that animalistic human is put before demonic human? Because it seems as if the first might be slightly better.
The level of self-confidence is different in the two. The animalistic human being, this tendency which we are calling helplessness, it's basically whatever is, the tendency is that whatever is happening to me, the causality of that is outside of me. Everything is because of, say, like my fortune is not good.
victim consciousness.
Yeah, victim
This one is, at least it has some sort of
Even though it's troubling others,
has some
it takes control that I can do this. I want to do this. So I have some control over it, even though the control is for doing something harmful. But it has the ability to take decisions. They are always dependent. So demonic humans exploit animalistic humans.
Isn't it like we're always seem to be like a combination of both? Sometimes
So
we're
we
one,
can swing
sometimes
between the two. Yeah. But once you come to human, then you don't go back to any of these. So this is very interesting. With knowledge, once you graduate here, then you don't go back to this. That's why we say, once you are in this way of looking at things, you will never fall back to this. And if you have this kind of nature, you will not fall back into this nature. So there is a kind of a semi-permeable membrane. You can come this way, but you can't go out there. It's irreversible. Huh? Well.
Well, not so.
Yes.
One day.
No, ask. Take the mic.
So, like, let's say in this life, I have reached human consciousness.
Yeah.
Now, in next life, where will I start?
So the journey starts with when the Jeevan comes in conjugation with the body in the womb. At that time, to operate that body, the Jeevan has to conclude, I am the body. Without that, it cannot operate the body. So that is where the fundamental assumption, I am the body, starts from. And that is the basic qualification for subhuman category. You start from subhuman, even if you have a realized. But you have tendencies for knowledge, so you do not get stuck in this. So you keep searching. Your quest for, no, this is not satisfying, this is not fulfilling me. So their evaluation process is much sharper and much quicker. Whereas people whose tendencies have not yet developed, awareness has not developed in the last lifetime, they are much slower to this. So that is the difference. But they have to go through the whole thing.
Does that also...
So, but the important thing in this is, if suppose we are realized, you are and I are realized, we must ensure that the next generation, there are some people who also carry this forward. So that when we come back, we have people with that knowledge, we can take it, imbibe it from them quickly, and again we come back. So in the tradition it was thought, the good qualities are carried in form of sanskar from one birth to the other. Here the model is different. The model is, if you have any good qualities, you establish the sanskar in the tradition, living tradition, in the living human being. So that when you go and come back, it is still available. So you do the benefit of the larger good because you will receive it.
You don't leave it to be subtle, you establish it in the growth. So when you come back, you have some...
So we can come back to the same group?
I have not seen this yet. I'll tell you.
And last thing. So that also if I say that also explains why some people have more questions, would that be
But
right?
this can be circumstantial also. No? Somebody got very good learning environment in the beginning. Somebody's perspectives were encouraged in an environment, so they have had questions. We can't say that this is there because of the previous problem. But that conditioning is there in India a lot. If nothing else, we say पिछले जन्मों का कर्म. Okay, next.
Just one last question. So in this, does this mean that animalistic, helpless, whatever, human needs to become a demonic human before he becomes a human?
So if you look at this like this, when we are born, we are helpless.
Correct.
And as we grow, we get some dominant tendency to dominate others. But if we get the right education, we can graduate into a human being. As we mature, we can become their human. And as we are elderly, we can be the divine being.
That's in an ideal child to adult scenario.
So, but the sequence is there. The
The
whole
sequence-
lifetime. From there to here, within a whole lifetime, you can do.
So when I see a lot of, like, let's say, in my line of work, I meet a lot of people who have the victim consciousness, right? So does that mean in their process they will first turn into a demonic human and then move to a, like...
As an adult, you have the ability to choose.
Okay, got it.
Right. So if they get into this, they get inspired by this need, and they have the confidence. Yes, I must change my life. These two things have to be there. Then they can quickly go in.
So it's not a prerequisite to.
But if you look at a normal lifetime, proper lifetime, then as a child you are helpless, everything you're dependent on the others, then as you grow a little bit, then you get a little naughty and dominant and you try to, right, those tendencies come, but if you have the right education, then those tendencies also get controlled.
Correct, yeah.
It's not that they have to be. It is an absence of the right education that these demonic tendencies come.
Interesting, yeah.
Okay? So. Okay. This is a quote from the first book Nagaraj wrote. It is in his preface in Hindi.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Jeevan, it's really not very clear whether should I ask or not. But as you have shown the 5 stages, it's a tendency we want to place ourselves in it.
Yeah.
I'm not able to place myself in humans. It's a little sad.
You spoke about it, others have not yet spoken.
Yes.
So don't worry.
So somehow, after listening to this, there's a fear of death which is coming.
Death was there before you came to this workshop.
Yeah, but if there's one, if I think of it like that, there's Jeevan, which there's something which I learned something and it gets passed on into to that Jeevan and it stays there. So then the death is just an event. But if I think of it like that, it's a mafia game. If I get if I die early, I have to restart from level 0. It's a lot of work.
Have you ever seen a young newborn baby?
Yeah.
Where are they starting from?
0.
So, it is there in front of us. We do start from there. Why is it there in nature? Because the number of mistakes and crimes that we commit during a lifetime, if they were carried forward, the burden of our past life will not allow us to live even for a second. So it is basically the reformatting is taking place to relieve you of the burdens.
One thing for relief there is that what gets formatted is the intellectual dimension.
Yes.
The spiritual dimension doesn't get formatted.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking. What is that which stays in spiritual dimension?
The tendencies for seeking truth.
What we understand are not the house. The understanding or enlightenment, if we remember, contemplation and enlightenment and realization. They are not of the house. So they are not of our, the kinds of opinions we hold, the kinds of practices we do, the kinds of behaviors we train ourselves in order to live justice, say in this life. They are the whys of why we do it. So what will remain if we have fulfilled that dimension, that spiritual dimension in this life, if we have become enlightened in the natural laws, in the natural regulation, like natural balance, which is the why things are this way, in justice, righteousness and truth, the whys of human relationships, human society,
and social harmony, and for continuity on this planet. That's the why. The justice, righteousness, and truth. Finally, in realization, we realize that truth, absolute truth of existence, is this state of existence is coexistence. That the absolute truth is harmony. Once that is in your, if your spiritual dimension is full of that, you are not going to settle for any less. You know, you've seen it, you've experienced, realized that existence is harmony, existence is coexistence. Now, even if your intellectual dimension has been wiped clean, you will fill it with the right thing only.
You will not settle for less.
So you're saying that if it took me 70 years, let's say in
one lifetime,
after 1,000 lifetimes it will take me, let's say...
No, even in the next lifetime it might just take you 20 years.
Yeah, but it will reduce because I'll be...
So from 70 to 20 it will come.
But I'll be more focused.
Yes.
And then if I am very close to divine consciousness and there is no planet to... Like, we have...
Don't worry about
this.
There is no what?
Planet. That's why we talk about the vast universe. The statement, read the statement again. In the unbounded expanse of space exist innumerable galaxies. Our planet Earth is part of one such galaxy. How many solar systems would be there in our galaxy?
Many.
Huh? Billions. And the humans found at present in one galaxy. Think of how many galaxies there are. Huh? Yeah.
No pressure.
100.
3916 solar system.
Huh?
3916 solar system.
These are probably the ones which we have detected, observed.
I think it's also quite amazing because if, say, okay, so if you worry about the fact that when you die you're going to lose all your progress, but on the planet when you have this time and you really want to learn how to live in harmony, when you live in harmony, you pass on your harmony and happiness to other people, they'll become happy and harmonized, and then eventually we can all be completely harmonized and we'll be able to live in harmony on this planet forever, really.
Yeah. It's a progressive model. From one generation to the next and next to the next, the numbers will rapidly increase. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
That we'll be born again. I don't know, like it has felt like a narrative, and I'm wondering, like, it still feels like a narrative.
Yeah.
And something about it, like even when we are describing and talking about it, like there is this thing of that I will have and I will carry something forward.
Yeah.
Somehow that underlines the I, which is, I don't know, I mean it feels like there's something defeating there. The point is not to look at, I mean not to underline this, right? And I don't know, I'm saying narrative, but you can, it still feels like there is a narrative about this, that we're going to be born again. And
So what I'm saying is that this is the philosophy here. It talks about conscious unit Jeevan having many life journeys. Okay. Therefore, one life journey is over, then there will be next, there will be next, there will be next, like that. Okay, so this is the proposal here. So it's part of this theory or this hypothesis, let's say. And the second part, that when you go from one lifetime to the other, what are you carrying forward? Is that the question? Or this whole concept of there will be many lifetimes?
yeah, I mean to say that one will be born again, and then that there is a carry forward.
Yeah.
What's the basis? Like how? It's just.
So the evidence is only the logic of this, the logical consistency with this model.
Up till now.
So, you want to say something?
Yeah. So, whether our conscious aspect is mortal or immortal, whether it is material or immaterial, whether it's an atom or a bubble or whatever, all of these are narratives. No matter what conception we hold of what this is, first and foremost, they are narratives. Until we understand it and see it for ourselves, they are all still narratives, whichever one we choose to hold on to. Whether our lives are just till the death of our body, that itself is also a narrative.
How is that a narrative? Because that's an experience, right? I mean, I can feel it. I can feel my living. Like there's feedback,
We can all feel our living. Can we feel our death?
No.
We have interpretations of what that phenomenon that we observe in others is. Those interpretations are also narratives. So, and that narrative includes the narrative of what it is that I am.
Okay, I can't relate to that bit. Why would you say that?
See, if we believe that when the body dies, I also die, then our narrative is that I am the body. If we believe that when the body dies, something continues, then our narrative is that we are something other than the body. They're both narratives. We don't know either of these as of now. We can only first check the logical consistency of what happens if we hold on to one belief versus the other belief. How does it connect to everything else that we can observe?
Can I try a really silly example? So imagine the body is a car and the Jeevan is a human in the car. So the human is driving the car around a lot, and then eventually the car runs out of, because it decays over time and it stops working. But that means the human can get out and then get into another car and will have more experience next time with the car driving, so it can drive the car better. I don't know, I just thought of that.
Such examples are there in tradition also when they talk about Atma and things like that. Right? So, but yeah, this whole thing, see, we know till we are alive. That is what we know. Rest, but because we want to know what is beyond death, that has also been part of human thing, because we only deal with abstract. We want to know everything. So what she's saying is that after death there is nothing is also a narrative. And there is something after death also, that is also.
So when that after death there is nothing,
yeah.
I mean, when my parent dies, or anyway, like when I see death, it's absolute.
In what sense?
In the sense that that's it for me, right? There is
the one
absolution
who's
there.
alive.
I'm saying if, for example, if my parent,
somebody in my family dies.
Dies, and I see that. That's absolute for me. There is just nothing after that, in the sense of my experience of, so there is an absoluteness there, right? So, so I'm just saying, like, that's why are we constructing anything beyond that?
Because we are not constructing anything. We are just saying that for some people, this assumption that there is nothing beyond death is sufficient. For some people, it is not sufficient. That's all.
Okay.
And the question is not only related to living and dying. This whole question of this conscious minute, which is dealing in abstract. If you look at anything abstract, like, it doesn't relate to anything material at all. So if you read even Western philosophy, if you read, so they are debating about this since since the times of Greeks philosophers, that What is that is led to, what is that is alive and what is that which dies? What is this which thinks? Right? So what is there, what is consciousness? This has been a fundamental question. There are many proposals. There are many proposals which say this consciousness is very distinct from the body. Some proposals say that consciousness is in the body. Right? Like in materialism, the theory which we know, they say bodies function, one of the functions is consciousness. Right? That's what we believe in. Then in the idealistic school of thought, they say consciousness leads to body. They're very elegant arguments for this. How this, if you read Advaita, it is really elegant argument that by which Adi Shankaracharya proves that this everything is an illusion. Right? But if you, and this again, this is a new proposal that we are giving. Here we are taking this point, and introductory workshop is not the place where I talk about why this is so. Right? Because this whole business of after death and before birth, there is just narratives, we can't give any evidence to it. No? Like none of the philosophies have been able to give any narrative. So only thing which is possible in this realm is logical consistency. If the whole thing makes sense in totality, there are many aspects to philosophy. If it makes sense, then it is an acceptable thing, otherwise it isn't.
And actually, if you think about it, why are we so curious about what happens after death, what happens after birth anyway? If we really dig deep, those questions are like somehow disguised questions about what am I really like? What is the nature of my consciousness?
What am I?
What am I? Because I'm not able to, if now someone's saying you're not the body, so then the question becomes, okay, I am not the body, so what am I apart from the body? So what am I after death? That question is actually another way of asking or trying to understand what am I. So the answer of what happens after death lies in understanding what I am, what is the nature of my identity.
Yeah.
So, because I have very close experiences with many deaths. As a doctor, I've seen many deaths of babies, and also I've seen a death of my biological parent. So I would differ from Pallavi because just believing that my parent was a body would not heal me in any sense. I think whatever time I spent with my mother and whatever consciousness, I don't know what word should I give, I can feel the love which I had with my mother right now, and it is very, I don't have word for that, but then it makes me feel alive, it makes me feel sane, it makes me feel nourished, and I can feel her, I will not say presence, but something about her is there which completes me. This is how I look, and also when I feel guilty about not doing the right thing in preventing anybody's death as a patient, I do think about, was I responsible, what is death, why are we here for, what is responsible for their death, because I would be drowned in guilty, I would have committed suicide because there are so many mistakes I've done if I look honestly and consciously. So I do question the narrative of death. It's not absolute for me.
No, so I mean, I also came from a personal experience. I have lost my father as well, and I like relate to when you say that I can still feel what, but I would still to say that he might have been born, or that not that he might have been born, but that let's say Jeevan,
that consciousness
would have taken another form. It still seems like a construct.
It is.
Can I just? Yeah. So I think if you really see, yesterday we were talking about the 5 layers, and the first thing where the knowledge was defined is who am I or what am I, and that has to come through the realization, not through the. I mean, that's where the understanding and the realization will be there. Now the question is that, like, somebody proposed atom. When somebody proposed atom, nobody saw the atom. It was a proposal. You can call it as a construct. But it become verifiable when somebody, based on the properties and based on this, somebody said, okay, yes, atom exists. Similar to this, I think this particular proposal, we should just take it as, okay, somebody is proposing that, okay, oh, there is something called Jeevan exist. It could be or it could not be. We should just go with that particular assumption. But is everything getting aligned, or is it everything getting explained by this? Even after that, at the end, when we are saying human order, if I experience who am I, it could be the experience could be that I'm just body. Assume for a minute, and we reach that. Then that's a reality, and probably you might be writing another darshan for it. That could be the reality. So, if we should not actually, that would be disaster for us to take that as a construct. We should just say, oh, this is there, this is somebody proposing, is everything explained, but am I realizing, is all the other things are fitting in now by this particular theory? Because right now it is a theory. Is it fitting in? If yes, then am I realizing it? Am I seeing that particular thing or not? Till we see it, we just need to take that as a pinch of salt.
No, I just wanted to.
No, I completely see your point.
Yeah. Anyway, so what I would like to say here is, this is the last slide. So there will be many things which were very new to you. There were some things you were familiar with when you heard this whole proposal. There will be things which you will find agreement in you. Okay, this seems okay. This sounds right to me. And there will be several things that might not sound right to you. That is going to happen. So, and in the beginning, my only expectation was that you will hear me out. Right? And you all have heard me out very well, me and Krishna. So thank you for that.
We also very thankful.
So you have been very kind audiences. I have dragged you for several hours every day, and you've been very patient with this. So thank you for that. Now that you've heard this, when you go back, something will be there in you. You'll think about these things, and some of you will come to the conclusion that what you heard was nice, but it's not for me. This is okay. That's fine. There's no problem with that. So, but the time we have spent together has been nice. We will always have good memories of that. Some of you might feel, no, this is of some value. I want to explore this further. So, those who will conclude this will have to go through this process. And in the second workshop is when you first start listening. In this, you're just struggling with what are they trying to say. And by the 6th, 7th day, you start to get some feel. But when you do your second, third workshops, that is when things start actually registering it. And that is when the interconnections happen. I mean, that is what has happened with me. Which doesn't, so there will be areas still, you have after second workshop, third workshop, fourth workshop, that you. One thing I'll also add to this is, now that some of you have heard about this, and there might be something that might have really appealed to you, and when something appeals to us, we want to share it with people. So when you go back, you might want to convince your parents or your siblings or somebody. So I'll request you, advise you, suggest to you that please don't do that. To explain such things, there is a certain environment.
Yeah.
Like for example, you all took out 8 days of your busy lives and then you came to this place. You already were committed to listening to this. Right? I have some expertise in this. I have taken time. I have a presentation. And despite that, we have gone through a lot of rounds of discussion, and there's still a lot of questions which are unanswered. When you are back there at home, and when you're trying to make others understand this, you won't have these conditions. So you're bound to fail. So, but if you feel that no, my friend should definitely listen to this, then share with them the information of the workshop. If they have the receptivity, they will come for it. You might feel that it will be useful for them, but they have to feel that it is useful. Don't pressurize anyone, don't push anyone. This is a voluntary participation. You should always come from your own willingness, not to be forced by anybody. So that is one caution I would say. And second was, like if you want to continue, we can talk about this tomorrow also, how we can stay in touch and keep talking about these topics. Some of you have been doing several workshops, so we can form a group or something like meet online once in a month or twice or 3 or 4 times, whatever. My time is only committed to this, so that is my highest priority. So we'll work out. Okay, that's it. Tonight after dinner, what time is it right now?
7:15.
15. So about 8:15 or so, let's get back here. For those who want to hear the story of the person who discovered this whole philosophy, I'll share the story.
And tomorrow's, do we have a schedule tomorrow? Which is
Same schedule, start 9. Tomorrow morning what we'll do is, since I'll share immediately all the rest of the slides, you can take a look at them, and if you have any questions, you write it them down, post them in the thing, or you come to this, we'll take those questions. Till the 11 o'clock break, we'll do that. Take your questions now. Now the whole story is in front of you. After that, that part is for your, whatever, how you felt about this workshop. So evaluation of the workshop.